Order. Procedural notes. This meeting will be held electronically as per section 19(1) of the town's procedural bylaw number 6228-19 as amended due to the COVID-19 situation. There are additional items in accordance with the procedural bylaw. The consent of at least a 2/3 majority vote of members present is required to permit the addition of delegations 5.3 and 5.4 to the agenda. Council, can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Councilor Gardner, second. Councilor Thompson. Okay, any comments or questions? Councilor Gardner?
For clarity, does that include the new delegations? Have we just approved the new delegations being added?
That's what it is. Delegations 5.3 and 5.4.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to be clear, this is just the approval or the delegations and not the total agenda approval?
I thought we were going to do both at the same time, no?
That's fine with me.
Yeah, we're doing both at the same time.
Perfect, thank you.
So we just need a 2/3.
Excellent. Record vote for the approval of the agenda, which requires 2/3. Mayor Maracus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilor Humphreys?
You're on mute, Councilor.
Yes, sorry.
No problem, thank you. Councilor Gardner?
Yes.
Councilor Gilliland hasn't joined us yet. Councilor Gallo?
Yes.
Councilor Kim?
Yes.
And Councilor Thompson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. We have 2 community presentations. First up is 4.1. Mr. Javed S. Khan, President and Chair, and Stephen Forsey, Chair, Induction Committee, Aurora Sports Hall of Fame, regarding the 2021 class of inductees to the Aurora Sports Hall of Fame. Javed, welcome. Stephen, welcome. Just before you gentlemen begin, I know I've heard that you guys need about 10 minutes. So I just, for procedural purposes, I'm going to ask council if they'll wait. Thank you, Councilor Gardner. Second, Councilor Humphreys. All those in favor, allowing it for 10 minutes? Mr. Clerk, I'm not going to ask for recorded on this one, so if that's fine.
Absolutely.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Gentlemen, floor is yours. Can't wait to hear your announcement.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the time, ladies and gentlemen. Wanted to introduce you to the Aurora Sports Hall of Fame. As you all know, it's a celebration of sport excellence, recognizing sports' most important place in Aurora. It's a place of history and also a place that stimulates pride in our great community's accomplishments. It is also a place of education with more than 90 artifacts to showcase how far our inductees have come. It's a place of community where young and old can gather to appreciate Aurora's rich heritage. Mayor Maracus, members of Town Council, Town of Aurora staff and guests who have joined us tonight, my name is Javed S. Khan. I'm the President and Chair of the Aurora Sports Hall of Fame, and I'm accompanied with Stephen Forsey, Chair of the Induction Committee, and we're both longtime residents of this great community of Aurora. The Aurora Sports Hall of Fame Induction Celebration Dinner, as you know, is the premier event showcasing those who have been instrumental in raising the profile of sports in Aurora. We honor individuals in 3 categories: athletes, coaches, and builders, contributors. Every organization, however, in the last year or so has faced some new challenges in 2020. And because of the pandemic, for the first time ever in our history, there were no new inductees in 2020. However, as of tonight, we're back on track and ready to pick up where we left off with more enthusiasm than ever. Tonight, Stephen and I are excited to announce the 2021 class of inductees who will be honored at our induction celebration dinner on November the 18th at the Royal Venetian Mansion. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to pass the mic over to Stephen to turn that page to our next chapter for the Aurora Sports Hall of Fame. Stephen.
Thanks, Javed. Appreciate that. And nice to see everyone again. Members of council, Mayor Maracus, and members of council, nice to see you as well. I just wait for, there we go. So I see that Javid's brought up a picture of when I first joined the Aurora Sport Hall of Fame, and this is when I was introducing members of the induction class.
Stephen, this is how long you have been with the induction committee. So you've changed slightly, but I thought that was the closest I could get.
That's right. And the pandemic's been hard on all of us. And obviously you can see what's happened from just 15 months ago until where I am right now. So bear with me on this. So before I begin, I would actually like to thank the members of the anonymous members of the selection panel who put in a great deal of work last year when we were unable to hold our celebration dinner, and then as well this year in terms of doing their due diligence. They provide a valuable bit of sports knowledge and experience and community involvement, and we are really fortunate to have them. They're just a wonderful group to work with, and we thank them for their efforts, as we do thank the members of the induction committee as well for their efforts as well. So without any further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce the 2021 induction class, and our first inductee in the Builder Contributor category. Javid, are you moving slides here?
I think Javid might have frozen.
There we go.
Oh,
Our first inductee in the Builder Contributor category is Mr. Colin Graham. Colin had many, many years of involvement with the Aurora Minor Hockey Association, very well known in that particular sport. In fact, the town in 1985 awarded him what was then the Bob Harmon Memorial Award for sports involvement, a very gracious recipient of that, and certainly lots of contributions. He served for a time as the president of the Aurora Minor Lacrosse Association, 1983 to 1991. And many of you will know that he hosted the Aurora Sports Beat television show with honored member Lowell McClenny for 25 years, certainly a well-known face in the community. That's our first inductee, Mr. Colin Graham, in the Builder Contributor category. Our next inductee is in the athlete category, and that is tennis player Brendan Mackin. Brendan was a longtime resident of Aurora as well, owned a business here in the early years and then later moved his family. But in 1950, he was the Canadian Open men's singles champion. And then he also was part of the doubles team, did very well in that regard, but he was also the top ranked singles player in Canada in the years 1946, 48, 50, and 52. His contributions to the sport of tennis are well known, and he was inducted into the Canadian Tennis Hall of Fame in 1981. Brendan Mackin in the athlete category. Our third inductee in the Builder Contributor category is someone that I think is very familiar to all of you, and that's Lois Thompson. And anybody that thinks of Diggers softball in Aurora, I think one of the first names that comes to mind is certainly Lois. She's contributed lots. She's done everything in that sport, from organizing fields and permits and getting umpires and referees, and and arranging finances. She was just a terrific and continues to be a terrific supporter of that sport. She's also served as a board member on the Provincial Women's Softball Association for over 25 years. So quite a bit of involvement at the provincial level. And one of the things that she did, I guess Diggers softball in the early days was mostly a rep program. I'm told that in 2009, she started the House League program. So it just allowed the sport in town to grow quite a bit. Her contributions as a sporting volunteer were recognized by the last administration for town council, and they bestowed on her a 40-year volunteer recognition award. 40 years, that's significant, and we are pleased to welcome Lois Thompson as a Aurora Sport Hall of Fame inductee. Our final inductee is in the athlete category, and that's Mr. Steve Vickers. Again, another longtime resident of Aurora. I believe he and his wife have raised their family here. Steve enjoyed a 10-year career with the New York Rangers. In fact, that was the only team he played for, 1972 to 1982. And those of you that follow hockey as I do, that's quite an anomaly to have all of your career in one spot. He was such a good player that in the 1972-73 season, he won the NHL Rookie of the Year, which is the Calder Memorial Trophy. Little unknown fact about Steve's playing in the NHL. In 1972, he was actually the first rookie to score a hat trick in 2 consecutive games, and that's quite unusual. An excellent player, certainly played on some very good lines and some good teams. He was actually a 2-time participant in the NHL All-Star Game. So that's our final inductee this year, Mr. Steve Vickers in the athlete category.
Wow, that's awesome, Stephen. Thank you, and congratulations to all the inductees for 2021. We are excited to announce them tonight to Town Council and to you, Mr. Mayor. And I certainly want to thank each and every member of Town Council for the continued support you all give to the Aurora Sports Hall of Fame, and extra special thanks to John Furman, who always helps out as best as he can when we need him with his amazing staff, and Robin McDougall, who sits on our board, as you do also, Mr. Mayor. And so we sincerely appreciate the amazing support we get from the town. It is certainly something special that I'm getting to know as I get to know other individuals who are in their respective sport hall of fames in the various communities. So I'm very, very proud not only to be a resident of this great community, but very proud and excited to be part of the Aurora Sports Hall of Fame. Our induction celebration dinner, as I mentioned, is November the 18th, folks. Please mark that down in your calendar. It is at the Royal Venetian here in Aurora. Tickets are going to be going on sale very, very soon. It is going to be all by electronic ticketing. Our tickets are going to be digital only this year. You can print out if you wish, but there are no requirements for paper tickets. And certainly please join any or all of our social media channels to get any future communications coming up, any other announcements and content with regards to the induction celebration dinner. And I certainly do want to close off by mentioning that we're still looking for nominees. We're still looking for people to be nominated in this great community. So please, if you are watching this and you've come up with sort of a person that you thought, hey, I think this person could bode well to be a potential nominee, please go to our website. It's right there on the screen, or even contact the chair of the nominations committee. Her name is Irene Skandaris, and her number is 416-606-5850. We like to keep nominations coming and flowing through the entire year. And certainly if you are someone or you know someone who's interested in volunteering with the Aurora Sports Hall of Fame, please connect in with Lisa McDonald at executive assistant at aurora.shof.ca. Other than that, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the time. Stephen and I appreciate the time, and thank you, and may you all stay healthy and safe.
Thank you, Javid. Thank you, Stephen. It's very exciting news. Just before I ask for any comments or questions, can I get a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Gardner, Councillor Thompson, thank you. Councillor Gardner, you have a question?
No, I have a comment, Mr. Mayor. Very worthy inductees. Thank you for the presentation. And I have a little extra about Lois Thompson. For many years, she conducted bingos at our local bingo hall to support the diggers. And I can tell you that was not an easy job. And like she had, I don't know when she had any free time at all. So I thank her.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gardner. Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you. I just want to congratulate Colin, Brennan, Lois, and Steve. Obviously, 4 great candidates and well-deserving. Obviously, I've been a part of Aurora for a very long time. So proud, well-deserving. Can't wait for the induction dinner in November. Great job, guys.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, gentlemen, thank you very much. It is exciting. Congratulations to all the inductees. I mean, I'm looking forward to November. I know everyone is. And I think maybe the most important thing has been skipped over and hasn't been mentioned, the fact that we're looking at having an in-person dinner. And that is very, very exciting. I think the word needs to get out there. I think everyone in this town is going to be very excited to get back to having an in-person event. So obviously we got our fingers crossed. We're all hoping that that's exactly where we're going to be. I'm confident that we will be. And so I'm looking forward to it. I know it's going to be a great, fun evening. Yeah, it's exciting. So thank you very much, gentlemen. This is great news, and congratulations to all the inductees again.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Town Council. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council.
Mr. Clerk, call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record vote for receiving the first community presentation this evening. Councillor Gartner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Humphries?
Yes.
Mayor Marakas?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
And Councillor Gallup.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Next up, we have 4.2, Jim Tree retirement. Mr. Downey, I'll pass the floor to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. And taking a page from the previous presentation, we have a staff Hall of Famer, Jim Tree. And Jim started his career with the town of Aurora on April 16th, 1979. There were 15,000 people in Aurora. Jim was one of 3 members of staff, full-time staff in the Parks Division under the leadership of Norm Weller. There were only 4 parks in town at that time. And George Timpson was mayor, and John West and Tim Jones was on their first term of council back in 1979. Jim's seen a lot of changes. When he started, there was no Aurora Family Beach Complex. There was no SARC. There was no town hall. The ACC was just 12 years old. So Jim has made and more importantly, left his mark on many of the parks and amenities that we have today. We have a video which gives you just a snapshot of some of the things that have happened under the guidance and leadership of Jim. Jim's dealt with many things in the town over his years: growth, technology, windstorms, floods, and an ever-changing need for growth in this community. So sit back and enjoy a little look in days gone by and some of the things that Jim has touched to make this community what it is today. There's supposed to be music, Linda. Could you start over with the music, please? Linda, could you start over with the music, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sometimes we have trouble with music with PowerPoint presentations at council. Doesn't appear to be working.
It's unfortunate. Okay, thank you. Go ahead with the PowerPoint then, please.
Yeah, I was going to say, are we going to start the PowerPoint?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, we're just having one technical problem. It should be starting in just a second.
Thank you.
I'm trying to stay within the 10 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
I'll allow you some leeway, Mr. Downey, for this.
That's what Town Hall looked like when it was built. Nothing around it. Gym on a $100 bill. "20 years service. Peggy Bell, Don Spence, Maurice Blanchard, and Jim." Postcard of the ACC when it was built.
Wow.
No trees in Lambert Wilson at the back of the leisure complex. We had some big storms. This one is 98. The Arboretum was just starting in 98. Jim was instrumental in putting the people together and making the Arboretum what it is today.
Wow.
Our first successful playground, Highview Public School. He was involved in that. We all remember that, working with Councillor Granger. Back in the day, we did all that work with our own staff. We had floods. Fleury Park and Lambert Wilson.
Wow.
The Arboretum in its infancy. Construction, Normweller Park. We did most of our own park construction. Our bridge installations. Been skating in Mature Park for a number of years. Jimmy's always on the job. This is our construction of the artificial turf field at Shepherd's Bush. All done in-house. That's what the band shell used to look like before you had the new one. Mitchell Park had no lights. And it's always been his love, Yonge Street and the flowers on Yonge Street. He took pride in making this community look the very best it could. So thank you. It's been my honor to work with Jim for the last, if you can stop sharing, thank you. My honor to work with Jim for the last 22 years. And I'd like to give Jim an opportunity to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Mr. Tree.
Wow, what can I say? Thanks very much, Al. Sort of speechless. The time seems to go by so quickly. It's actually hard to believe it's been 42 years, but I've enjoyed every one of those years. It's not me, it's the people that we all work together with. No, not one person takes the credit for all of the accomplishments that we've made over the years. I think it's everybody. It's the council. We've had such good success with our councils over the years, the budgets, the funding requests. What can I say? It's just been fabulous support for all of those years. Everything that we came to council for, we were supported wholeheartedly, and without that, we wouldn't have been able to do what we did. So, I mean, we've had such great support from all of councils over the years, including this council. My directors totally on board with everything we've done. It's been fabulous. Our CAOs over the years, I mean, I can't say enough about the support that the department has had and the good things that we've been able to accomplish over those years. And it's a credit to people that are within the organization to this day. They're just fabulous people. They always give it 100%. And nobody takes anything for granted. Customers are number one. It's always been my philosophy that we need to put ourselves in the shoes of the customer and understand how they feel and how they think, and respond to them in the very best way we can. And if you do that, I think you'll always have success, and you treat your people as you want to be treated. And we've practiced that over the years and with everybody that we've dealt with in the organization. So, it's all teamwork, and success is built on that. I've seen it. I mean, it's a long time, 42 years, but it seems like yesterday. So thank you all very much. It's been an honor to serve for the town of Aurora and the citizens of the town. I grew up in the town. My wife grew up in the town of Aurora. Our children grew up in the town of Aurora. And it will always have a special place in our hearts and our minds, because it's our hometown. I've moved away. I'm moving a little further away, but it'll always be home. And we still have family in Aurora, and we'll be back to visit those people on and off. And so, as I say, it's, you have roots that go deep, and we'll never forget it. And it's also been a very much of an honor for the last 3 years to serve in operations and with the roads. Another fabulous opportunity for me for learning and growth, and also for our staff. We've done a lot of good things, and the table is well set to continue on and stay on top of our infrastructure and make sure that things are in order, and some good systematic approaches we've taken to things, and parks are in excellent hands as well. So I feel very, very, very proud of the things we've done together, and also for the people that are still working for the organization, because they are of the same mindset. Do the best you can with what you have and serve the public. They're number one. So thank you all very much. It's been an honor and a pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Tree. Yes. Council, if I can just get a motion to receive the presentation first, and then I'll ask for Councillor Thompson second, Councillor Humphreys, Councillor Thompson. Go ahead.
It's actually Councillor Humphreys that had her hand up first.
Oh, did she?
Go
Okay.
ahead. That's okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Councillor Thompson.
Jim, just, thank you for all your years. You've truly done an outstanding job for the town. You're such a passionate and caring and knowledgeable person. You surely will be missed by all. For myself, it's been a great pleasure working with you over the last 10 years. You always had the answer. You were just a great, a great asset for the town, and we certainly, appreciate all that you've ever done. And I wish you all the best in retirement, and don't be a stranger. Take care, Jim.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you to you, Mr. Mayor. And Jim, what can I say? Councillor Thompson said it all. I mean, you are Aurora. We're background old Aurora here, and everyone knows Jim Tree. And when Jim's on the job, everyone knew it was going to be taken care of, and taken care of well, and the way it should be taken care of. And we're going to miss you beyond words. But we know that you deserve this well earned retirement adventure ahead. And I know one thing's for sure. You have left behind a legacy. And I know there's staff behind you that will pick up where you left off, because you led with such a great example. I look at the parks people today and the ops guys, well, everyone, but those parks guys are out there all the time, and they're always working hard and smiling and proud of what they do. If you're walking the dog and you talk to them for a few minutes, they just know every bit of what's going on, every tree in this town, every area of, turf. So I know it comes from example of leadership. It means the world, and you've set us up for success. Look how far this town has come, and you've left your mark on it, Jim. So thank you so much. All the best. And like Councillor Thompson said, don't be a stranger, come back. We're going to have some great parties after this COVID's all cleared up. So we want to see you there, okay?
Thank you, Sandra. I much appreciate it.
All the best, and all the best from the Humphreys family, as you know.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Councillor Gardner, and then Councillor Gilliland, and then Councillor Kim. Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, Jim, I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said, and I agree with it. But I do have a question. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for the help that you've given me through the years. My question is, are you sure that you're going to retire this time?
Jim, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, no, I think it's a pretty definite thing at this point. Yes, I'm pretty sure I am going to retire.
How many years?
My phone is always on and I usually answer it. So if anybody needs anything, then they know who to call. So
How many
yes, I
years
am retired.
You are. How
Oh,
many
yes.
years ago? How many years ago was your first retirement?
Oh my God, I can't remember. It's been on and off so many times, but I have had a great, I've had a great experience in being able to help in the operational side of things, which was absolutely fantastic. And I really enjoyed it. So
Yes. Well,
that was a great swan song, I suppose you say, to all my years in the Parks Division. So anyway, thank you very much.
and many, many thanks to you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gilliland?
And I'm also not going to repeat everything that was said because I could say the exact same thing. So I just want to say thank you so much, Jim. I know I've talked to you on a phone as a resident back in the late 90s when I first moved here, and on numerous occasions you may not have remembered because I'm sure there's so many people that you talk to, but you were always so pleasant and such a joy. And I always loved the flowers. I really noticed the pots and how you made the downtown look.
Oh.
It's one of the things I really noticed. I'm like, now that person knows what they're doing. And so I could really tell that you put your heart and soul into the community in that respect. And I want to say best to you in your real retirement, and hopefully you'll enjoy a lot of docks and beverages and sunsets and anything else that you choose to do. So congratulations and thanks again.
And thank you very much. And just on the flowers, I can't take credit for the flowers. We have excellent people in charge of the flowers. Sarah is the one that brought the program in and she does an amazing job. And Deborah Toole is taking over and she's just as good as, or better, not better, but just as good as Sarah. So
That's
it's
great.
a great team. Thank you.
Great to see, bro, and great leadership, bringing a great team in. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jim, for always being there, and of all the staff who made themselves available, I'd say that you were probably the number one staff member, and it's nothing, no slight against anyone else, but you were always there, and you respond back within 10 seconds. Remember, there was an email about a water main break on Kirk Valley or something, and you were guiding the team along, and you're still, on your phone responding to counselors. And I know a couple of times, as I was like 6:30 in the morning, walking to the GO train station from my house and along Wellington, and it's like 2 feet of slush and snow. And I remember once I got on the train, I emailed you and said, "Hey, how come this is not plowed, the sidewalks?" And I remember you got upset and you were like cussing and cursing at the region for plowing after the town had already plowed the sidewalk. And and that showed me how much you really cared about people and safety. And it's you can excuse people for working their 9-to-5 jobs 9 to 5, but even before COVID, you seem to bleed from work to to your free time. There's no, it seems like you're always at work. You don't know how to shut it off, but hopefully this time with retirement, you'll be able to turn it off. Before I go or finish my speaking, just have one question. Who's your favorite counselor of all time?
Oh my goodness, you can't ask me a question like that. I
need to-
Councillor Kim, I
You
can't
know,
allow that. I
I'll-
can't allow that question to go.
I'll play a safe card and say Norm Weller.
Oh, there you go. That's a very good choice.
Norm was a very unique individual, if anybody knew him, and Wendy knows him, but, and others know Norm as well, probably John. Well, you may all have known him, but yeah, he was very unique, but he had a lot of the same traits, I guess, as I do, and that he thought that, you know what, the customer's number one, and you're serving the public, and that's what you do. And you do it to the best of your ability, and the clock should not matter. And people just want an answer, right? So I picked up a lot of those things from Norm, and prior to that as well from other employers. But I would have to say that Norm was the guy.
Plus the green trucks. No, sorry.
Unusual character, but he had a lot of good traits. So there's your answer. But you've all been great, as I've said before. Every counselor's been fabulous. We have, honestly, it's been fabulous support.
Councillor Kim?
I'm good. Thank you very much, Jim. We'll see you around.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallo?
Thank you. Thanks, Jim. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy your retirement. On a personal note, I can tell you that over the many years of any interaction I had with you, one of the things I really appreciated was your sincerity, and you always told me what you thought. And there's nothing that I want more. Whether I wanted to hear or not, it was irrelevant. You gave me your opinion. You were straight with me, and I that's all I ever want from staff, and I really appreciate that. Over the years, it's been helpful for me to make my decisions where we sit, to have that guidance and that advice. So I really appreciate that, and hope you enjoy your retirement.
Thank you very much, John. It's reciprocal. I appreciate that. It's good to have an opportunity to speak. What you need to say to some counselor and members of council, that, you know, if it can help, then it's a good thing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jim, we've gone around the horn. I'm not gonna, but I do have to say that, you know what, when you look back and you look at what you've done over your career, 42 years is quite amazing. What you've done for the town of Aurora. I think the residents, this whole community, the whole town, the corporation owes you a ton of gratitude for what you've done and accomplished throughout the 42 years for this community. I know I appreciate it. I mean, when you talk about pride of workmanship, you exemplified that. It oozed out of you that, you know, that you have that pride there when in whatever you did for the town. And I think that as was mentioned from some of the other councillors, that has been passed on to a lot of the employees in our town. And we're grateful that you have been able to lead them and show them the right way of basically how to go about themselves, how to carry themselves, and how to care about the community. And so, as I said, I think what you've done for this community has been tremendous. I don't think any of us could pay you back for all the stuff that you've done. And as was mentioned too, you know, you tell it straight up as it is. And I think that's what we all appreciate, and everyone wants to hear, is exactly what's got. We might not like the answer, but we want to hear the straight goods, and you deliver them, and we thank you for everything. And I hope you enjoy retirement and all the best in your future endeavors. And I know that you said that the phone is always on, and I actually do know that if I happen to give you a call, you will answer it, and we will have a chat. I really
Yeah, I
do
will.
appreciate
But don't
that.
call.
I know that's the type of person you are. You will just give me a phone, you'll listen to what we have to say. So I really do appreciate it. All the best. 42 years, what can I say? Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Well, thank you all very much. It's just been a pleasure. I can't, you know, to me, it wasn't really a job. It was a passion, as you've all said. It was a passion. And so it's just another day. So I really appreciate the opportunity. Never taken it for granted. I've been a very lucky person to have the job I had. So it's just been a real pleasure. That's all I can say. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jim. And obviously on behalf of all of us in the town, thank you.
Thank
and
you.
all the best. Mr. Clerk, call the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record vote for receiving the community presentation. Councilor Thompson, how do you vote?
Enthusiastic, yes.
Counselor Kim,
Yes.
Counselor Gilliland,
Yes.
Counselor Gardner,
Yes.
Mayor Morakis.
I'm going to say a sad yes, because this means that he's leaving.
Oh,
Counselor Gallo,
Yes.
and Counselor Humphries.
yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Okay, council, we'll move to delegations. First up, 5.1, Jeff McKeegan, chain link disc golf, and Todd Billow, resident, regarding motions from Councillor Kim regarding disc golf in Aurora. Hello, everyone. I'll pass the floor to you. I'll let you know you have 5 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Sorry, I missed the beginning there. Were you speaking to Kara and I? We just logged in. We were watching the
Oh, okay.
tree thing. Is really touching, actually. I made a lot of notes.
You're up on your delegation, speaking in regards to Councillor Kim's motion, and you have 5 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. So we presented, I guess it was in February. I'm just starting my clock. I don't want you thinking I'm like texting somebody. We were invited back. So we presented in February. We presented the disc golf community project. I wasn't sure if necessarily we were going to go through the presentation again. We're happy to do that. I think it was my understanding, and Councillor Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we might have been asked to come back to maybe answer some questions. I believe Todd Billow is also here from the community. Is that correct, Todd?
Yeah, Todd is here as well.
Wonderful.
Hi, everyone. Thank you.
I think that, and I'll just interrupt if council will be able to ask some questions after the delegation, but I mean, if you want to just speak to, I guess, Councillor Kim's motion and I guess why you're supportive of it and what your thoughts are. And I guess that's essentially why you're here today, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, so we came in February. We talked to the delegation about disc golf as a community initiative. We had a presentation that kind of explained what disc golf was. Ironically enough, it speaks a little bit to what we've been listening this morning or earlier in the meeting today. Speaking of people like Lois Thompson, who kind of did all of these community-oriented services, bringing house league events together so that people could all play sports. This is one of the reasons why Todd Billow is here. That's something that he's really focused on, which is kind of bringing that community together and teaching people how to play disc golf in Aurora. That's something he's done for a number of years in Toronto. And our role is, I guess, and certainly not saying we're anything like Jim Tree at all, but our role is kind of the operations side. So I saw a lot of the work that he had done with the different arenas that he had made, whatnot. And our recommendation is that we would come forward and we would build you guys a disc golf course. We don't have any specific parks in mind. That would be something that we would speak to you about. I believe that maybe there's a few already that have been discussed. But yeah, we just wanted to come back and answer any questions you might have had from our February meeting. Like I said, we have another 3 minutes. We can go through any specific slides in the presentation. The presentation was, I believe, 23 slides, so we probably don't have time to go through the whole thing. So maybe if it makes sense to the council, we can kind of pause it here and you can kind of ask us any questions at all based on our February presentation.
All right, absolutely. We will do that. So what I'll do first is, council, can I get a motion to receive and refer to 9.1? Councillor Kim, Councillor Humphries. Comments or questions? Council? Oh, Councillor Gardner, go ahead.
Thank you. And maybe you've said this before. How much land do you need for this?
Typically, you would use between ½ an acre or 1 acre per hole. So, you can build a course as small as 6 holes. So that could be between 3 and 6 acres. All the way up to, you can have an 18-hole course. Our recommendation to council would obviously be that, and this kind of ties into what we presented in February, that you might want to start small and something that's kind of geared towards, an entry-level course into the community, something geared a little bit more towards families and younger players. and then kind of test and learn from there and see how well it's received. Typically, it's been our experience that these are very well received just because of the accessibility and kind of the inclusive nature of disc golf, that anybody can play. I don't know if that might be a long answer to your very direct question.
No, that's a good answer. And I'm going to assume you need pretty flat land.
Actually, no. Disc golf is incredibly diverse. We've played in courses in the middle of forests. We've played in Iceland. We've played in Hawaii. We've played in Arizona. We're going to a course on the weekend that is literally hidden away in a forest. You actually have to hike into it. One of the things that we pride ourselves on is developing a course based on the various topographical features that you have available to us.
Councilor?
Thank you. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Thompson?
And thank you for being here again. And I do remember the presentation from February, or the last time you came in. I guess my question really has to do with one aspect of the motion is talking about reviewing the experiences of other municipalities. I believe at the time you had talked about the city of Toronto, but are there some other municipalities that staff and or myself and other members around the table could look to get a sense of their experience and how it is developed there?
Yeah, absolutely. We can provide that to you after the fact if you'd like. We can provide that to you based on our experience or just based on disc golf in general. We work with a team of 6 designers across the entire country of Canada, and we can provide testimonials, reams of testimonials if you'd like. We've just been featured on in the Globe and Mail on June 6th based on the design concept that we're working on, which is something we're very proud of. We had an article come out about us on June 14th from Thunder Bay News. We're working in Thunder Bay on initiatives. So we can absolutely provide that to you. We'd actually be very happy to do that.
That's great. And thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly that's great. That's good information, but maybe you can just name a few off the top of your head for those, residents who may be watching or may watch this after that are interested in learning more about disc golf and some of the other communities where it's played.
Yeah, so off the top of my head, I know that Windsor, Essex has a very thriving disc golf community. What can you think of off the top of your head?
We're working Thunder Bay, you mentioned.
Thunder Bay is growing dramatically.
Sudbury has been seeing a lot of growth too, with some new courses having gone in there as well. And then I would say the Whitby, Oshawa area is seeing some growth there too. I think 2 courses have been put in the last year in that region as well.
That's right. We're going to Newcastle tomorrow to visit a new course that was just installed. We worked on a new course development in Land O'Lake, which is in the Cloyne region as well. I'm not sure, Todd, if you could think of a few off the top of your head as well.
Yeah, just in terms of a little bit closer proximity to Aurora, I know Barrie has a very robust disc golf community. Midland is also growing exponentially. The unfortunate part about disc golf in York Region is there isn't much in York Region. And that's what we'd like to introduce and get something so that the players and the people within the region have a closer area and course to go and try their wares at the game.
Councilor?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Humphreys?
Just thank you through Mr. Mayor. And I actually, some of my questions have already been answered, but I do remember through Mr. Mayor, our meeting when you were there. I'm really excited to see this move forward this evening when we speak on the motion. I think it's great. One of the best, one of the things I really liked is how you said, we can install these types of areas in just about any space, and that anyone can participate. Like that's what's really important. It's a physical activity that any level of fitness can enjoy, right? Seniors,
right.
Youngsters, and just through you, Mr. Mayor, when people go out, may sound like a silly question, but do you go out as a family? Do you see yourself going alone? Just how would you see, so I'm trying to envision, when you came to us, it was the first time I heard of this sport.
Yes.
So
it's a very good question. If possible, perhaps I could share the Globe and Mail article out with you. One of the things they talk about in that article is the course that we built down at the beach here, which I just donated to the city because I believed in it this much. the Globe and Mail reached out to connect with us, and I actually connected them to a local family who started playing there. So it's a husband and wife and their 2 kids, a boy and a girl. And they walk to the course, they play. Just imagine you play a round of traditional golf. You
Sure.
have everybody has their frisbee, and they walk to the course, they play their round, and then they walk home. And one of the things that was rather touching in the article is how on the way home, they kind of talk about life. You talk about life as you would, especially from a community oriented course. This isn't necessarily about people going out and like, I'm going to beat this person or that person. Going to the beaches disc golf course is really about just going and throwing a frisbee with some friends.
Wow, that's, you know what? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate that answer. And I felt kind of silly asking it, but now I'm very happy that I did, because there's certain things that you would love to do with your family, but some may not feel comfortable doing a certain level of sport. Some may, and it sounds like something you do with the whole family. You can do with a bunch of friends. And I think that's really important now more than ever, and everything that we've gone through with COVID, the more we can do together as a family or with friends that everyone can participate in is something I think will be even more valued in the near future.
I'll share a quick story with you, like 30 seconds or less. We put in a course called Marilyn Bell, which is Marilyn Bell. Yeah, so we put that one in the west end of the city of Toronto. And within like maybe a few months, I got an email from a gentleman, and he had sent me an email to thank him because him and his son played disc golf together. And what he referenced specifically is that his son stopped playing Fortnite and was now playing disc golf with his dad. And
perfect.
The emails that we get, and I would say we get about 1 a week. Often they're sent to John Tory and they CC us. They're really touching because this is something that anyone can do and everybody does it.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Really appreciate that feedback. It makes me very happy and excited to see this move forward. And I can't wait for the success of the program and the space of community involvement and engagement. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you very much. I was trying to get that Globe and Mail article up, but it was I needed to create an account on the computer I was looking at, so I hadn't gotten through it. Just a quick question. I've heard quite a lot of answers to the questions I had. Just to reiterate about the land and the amount of land, because I was reading another article of a summary of the last time you guys were here, or the other gentleman, and I had read that it was 1.5 acres per land. So does it range from 0.5 to 1.5? I just have a discrepancy of facts here. So could you just clarify?
Yes.
Sure. So 1.5 acres would generally be used to designate a hole for a course that's more, I would say, championship or more for advanced players. Many times if disc golf doesn't exist currently in the region, it's nice to start with a much smaller course. So obviously, when you have entry-level players, beginner-level players, those holes are smaller, so you would require less land than 1.5 acres per hole. And that's where that kind of half an acre number comes in at a minimum level.
Councillor?
Perfect, great, thanks. And did you have any involvement in the Market Brewery disc golf location in Newmarket?
No.
No? Okay. Was it something that you knew about, or they consulted with you to create this? I just haven't been, so I don't know what it looks like, or if they just have like a random open plot. Like I'm just trying to understand how it works.
We had heard about it through social media. We haven't visited it, or we don't know anything about it. I'm not sure, Todd, you might have mentioned that you might have.
Unfortunately, I haven't been able to go there myself, but just reviewing some of the pictures and stuff, it's not an actual disc golf course in that it has baskets like the one behind Jeff there installed. I think it's more of a shorter, just using the property that they have there with using objects versus the baskets.
Councillor?
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of understand the proximity of the closest disc golf facility in York Region. So that was where I was getting with. The one nice thing that I did hear was about, you know, the story you just told about the son not playing the video games and getting out. I think that was a great year, because we've had way too much screen time, and I can only imagine these young kids and getting away from that this could be something that would, you know, alleviate some of that stress away from being indoors looking at a screen like we all are doing now. So I appreciate that story. That was really great. One last question. We are, you know, I know this is something that's going to be discussing later, and just as far as you know, you're talking about forest and different lands and could be anywhere, and Aurora is very tight and small for space. And I'm just curious how you would integrate a disc golf 6 course disc golf in a very small space, and how does that interact with, you know, a public trail or a public park, and making it safe so no one's getting clocked in the head with a frisbee, for lack of a better term, because that's all I'm imagining. We're trying to shoebox this in somewhere, but how does it make it safe for the public in the surrounding area?
One of our, if not our top priority, is the safety element. So we've declined courses in the past, which is a little bit hard to do, obviously. We have a business, but we've declined to install courses in various parks because they're too tight. They're not the right configuration. Maybe they're set up in a way where there's risk of, you know, I don't know, like there's play pads or something like that. Because I mean, the design of an entry-level course is, you know, geared towards younger people, so people aren't throwing a frisbee like, you know, 300 feet, but still they're throwing a frisbee, and you don't want someone getting hit with a frisbee. So it's our top priority. So one of the things that we would do, obviously, is if there was specific parks that you had in mind, we would scout them, and we would make sure they work. And then any designs that we would bring forward, we would like walk your team through. That's something we do with all of our designs to make sure that everyone's aligned with the strategy.
Counselor?
No, that's really good to know. And as far as how the game is played, is it something that, in your experience working in municipalities, to where it becomes a dedicated course, or is it like a multi-use kind of activity? So, you know, on, you know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays, it's disc golf, and on, you know, between this and that time, and then on all these other days it's soccer or something. I'm just trying to understand if it's something that can be interchangeable with sport, or like, just in your experience, has that happened?
It's a very good question. The popularity of disc golf would make it very difficult for you to, you know, stop people from playing. So we would make it like a dedicated course. So that reinforces the importance of safety and design. So people play disc golf. I mean, it's crazy. We play disc golf in the middle of the winter. People play disc golf at night, because what you do is you get a little light that goes on your disc, and you get a light, it just goes on the basket right there. So it's glow in the dark disc golf. So kids can play in the middle of the night. Like I said, people play, there's something called an ice bowl. And what an ice bowl is, it's events that happen in the middle of the winter. The tagline for ice bowl is no wimps, no whiners. And it's about, you just go out and you just kind of like the way we all did when we were kids, you know, when you play shinny and stuff. So the goal for us would be to make sure that the park would be dedicated for disc golf and would be loved as such. One of the things we often suggest to municipalities is, think of your worst park. Think of a park that nobody goes to. Think of a park that, you know, you often have to go send people in to go clean it up. We have beaches cleanup days at the disc golf course here. Not that the beaches in Toronto is very dirty or anything, but disc golf course has become it's like a shrine very much. People enjoy the game that much. So when you think about the different lands that you have, you know, don't think of, you know, the beautiful park that everyone always goes to. Think of the park that nobody goes to. And that's the park that most disc golfers will show love to.
Counselor?
Great. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you. Counselor Kim? Counselor, you're on mute.
Sorry, I just wanted to say thank you to Kara, Jeff, and Todd for coming out and presenting and answering some of the questions tonight. And I'll just save my comments for the actual council session. But thank you all for coming out and answering the questions.
Thank you for having us back. I added the article into the chat just so if you guys are able to access it there, it might help answer additional questions that you might have.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jeff. And I did click on it and it does, you can read it. So absolutely.
Okay,
If anyone wants to read the full article, just click on that link. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming. Appreciate it. Looking forward to the discussion when we get to the motion. So
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, everybody.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recorded vote for delegation A on this evening's agenda to receive and refer to item 9.1. Councillor Humphreys, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Gallo? Sorry, Councillor, you're on mute.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Mayor Morakis?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
And Councillor Gilliland.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next is 5.2, Casey Colback, resident regarding motion 9.3, Councillor Humphreys, food insecurity in Aurora.
Hello.
Casey, welcome.
Hi.
Let you know you have 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
Hello, councillors. Hello, Mayor Morakis. Good to see you. Just want to say out of the top, even though it will eat into my 5 minutes, that I noticed Jim Tree in the presentation in 1978 was looking for gypsy moths. And I find it a little ironic he retires the year there's an outbreak. So I thought that was quite funny. But I wish him well, and our parks are amazing, and I love Aurora, and that's where this is going. So, councillors, I'm Casey Colbeck. You may remember me from a couple of years ago when I brought forth with some other citizens a project called Real Food First that ultimately was passed by council. And as such, now in our community centers, 55% of foods must be healthy or healthier options. So super proud of that. And along the same lines as health and wellness, I want to talk to you about a project called Project Let Us. Sounds like the leafy green vegetable lettuce, but it's LET-US. So I want to give you a little bit of background on that. So Project Lettuce is a community initiative that enables anyone to grow their own food with a commitment to harvest and donate the excess produce to help ease food insecurity within our town. So right now we have a Facebook group with 55 members that have joined, and our goal is to have 100 this year. And the mandate is grow your own garden, share the information with others, and ultimately commit to donate excess produce to the Aurora Food Pantry and other groups. So it's a fabulous initiative that helps to make gardening accessible, but also to help those in our community that don't have access. So a little bit of a background for you and why this exists is basically from ready access to nutritious pesticide-free food to hundreds of dollars in food savings per year. Learning to grow your own food can have profound effects on personal health, emotional well-being, and the financial bottom line is what it comes down to. In fact, vegetable gardening, whether it's in a container, in your backyard, or a community garden or plot, can have significant positive impacts on virtually every aspect of your lives. I don't know which among you are gardeners or pretend to be like I try to do, but certainly there's enough research to support that it's all around good for your health in a multitude of ways. It also has a really positive impact on food security. Food security means the ability to access healthy food that you need when you need it. So everyone should have the right to access fresh, healthy produce, but sadly that isn't the case for many people in our community. And you know that there are a multitude of groups in Aurora that help to provide wholesome meals to those who don't have access. And in fact, in 2019, a report by York Region Public Health revealed, and in quotes, for many families in York Region, incomes are inadequate to purchase a minimum healthy diet, end quote. And you can imagine with the pandemic and the negative economic impact, how much harder it is for those families to get any fresh, wholesome foods. So providing a means by which anyone can have a vegetable garden is an important step towards mitigating food insecurity in our community. So Project Let Us helps to foster food security and food literacy by increasing access to fresh produce for more people. And it also builds a sense of community through shared learning. So what's unique about Project Let Us is that there really is a focus on truly accessible gardening. So we have different phases that we aspire to each year. The first phase is container gardening. So the hope is that just like similar communities have done, like Brampton, for example, had hundreds of families sign on to a similar project in the spring of 2020, and it resulted in, I believe, 2,000 pounds of fresh produce donated to local food banks. So it really is a total win-win scenario for everyone. It's also hoped that this program will kickstart a move towards the development of a sustainability program and a food secure charter with the town of Aurora. And I know Councillor Humphreys is going to speak to that later on. So a measure of success in year one is to have 100 participants. As I mentioned, so far we have just over 50. That's with zero advertising, zero budget, $0, just word of mouth basically within the community. We also hope this year to increase awareness about local food insecurity, develop a better understanding of where our food comes from, and really create a good sense of community and giving back, as well as a sense of pride and increased education. So right now we have 3 pilot projects actually that are in the works. St. Andrews College Middle School kids have volunteered to start plants from seed over the summer and document their success. Am I over time?
Yes.
Okay, we've got 3 exciting pilot projects that I could tell you more about if you have any questions. But essentially, I'm looking for the town of Aurora to essentially adopt this program like other municipalities have in future years and help to promote and raise awareness around gardening and giving back.
Thank you, Casey. Council, first, can I get a motion to receive and refer to Councillor Humphreys' motion? Councillor Humphreys, seconded Councillor Gardner. Councillor Humphreys? Comment?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to Casey for being here this evening. And I know you've got this incredible program that you've kicked off, and very exciting to hear how great it's already, come to fruition. I'm not sure, just through you, Mr. Mayor, when this all started. Did you plan this earlier this year or late last year? I'm just wondering in terms of when your program started, and then I have a couple of follow-up questions.
Yeah, this started. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Yeah, this started a little bit over a month ago. I would say 6 weeks ago, wow. And it came about because I was speaking to a friend about volunteering at local elementary schools and noticing that some of the children coming from less fortunate families, when I presented them with a clementine, they would bite into the peel. They didn't realize the rind of an orange was inedible. God. They had never seen a piece of fruit. And some of their lunches, if you saw them, you would be shocked. So this came about because I thought, how can we do something that we love to do? Gardening has increased threefold since the pandemic, and everyone complains about having too much of everything at the end of the season. What am I going to do with all these cucumbers or tomatoes or lettuce or herbs or whatever it is? So put both ideas together and look at what other communities like Brampton have done, and it's a simple solution.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that information. Yes, when we through you, Mr. Mayor, with this motion a few months back, there was a discussion on different things that we could, perhaps do as a community. And the first thought I had was what you mentioned, container gardening, almost garden in a box. And then from there, I did do some research on what other municipalities are doing. And I did take ideas from others because why reinvent the wheel? But I do believe, like you, that there's an awesome opportunity here for our town to be leaders in this. I have spoke to staff as well. And then I spoke, yourself as one fantastic program that you've got rolling. And I do feel that this is the right time. So looking forward to, like yourself or other organizations that are already doing this to help the town get there quick. We've got the expertise out there. Then
Yeah.
why not, and I'm sure through you, Mr. Mayor, Casey, I'm sure you would love to be part of a volunteer group if there's a volunteer team that would help put this together. Really the plan is for next year, in terms of where my motion was coming from, to get ready and have it all sort of set up and have some great ideas come back from the staff report, I hope. But I'm really thankful for what you've taken off in just a month. I thought you planned this a long time ago. So very great to see how far you've come in such a short time. And your comment now about a child not knowing, how to eat the clementine, that's kind of heartbreaking. And I hope that hopefully we'll be able to change and everyone has an opportunity to know what it's like to grow something themselves. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a quick question to you, Casey. I love what you mentioned earlier about we grow gardens and sometimes we have an abundance of tomatoes and cucumbers, and what are we going to do? So to have an exchange, like you mentioned, or a place to bring fresh fruit or vegetables and fruit to is a great idea. So you've already got that started in terms of what you're doing in the lettuce project?
Yeah, so the Aurora Food Pantry will accept donations, which is fantastic. And one of the pilot projects involves Welcome Arms. We donated 10 tomato plants to 10 families who asked if they could participate. And the goal is for them to learn indoors or on a small balcony how to grow a tomato plant with their children. And one of the side benefits is that their kids will not only learn about the importance of fresh, organic, healthy produce, but the science behind growing it, where your food comes from. And then ultimately, my hope is that if even one of those kids has a passion for health and food, then that will translate into their lives as adults, and they have a better chance of success when it comes to taking care of their own health.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you very much. Very great to hear that.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through you, one of the pilot projects is with Welcoming Arms, and you said there are 2 others?
Yes, and the other one is with St. Andrews College middle school students who are growing windowsill gardens and taking notes. The other, I was approached by a coordinator at a new seniors home that's set to open soon. I believe it's on Yonge Street, a retirement community. And she said that she would like to partner to grow gardens and get the seniors engaged. They have accessibility issues a lot of the time, but gardening is something that for many of those seniors, it will hearken them back to when they were young and gardening, and it'll just help to spark vitality in them as well as to give them a sense of purpose. So there are so many amazing benefits to such a simple concept in our community. And as Aurora always strives to be one of the healthiest, most active, vital communities in Ontario, I think this helps to drive that mission forward.
Councillor?
Thank you. And I have seen that many retirement homes do have the raised beds so that gardening can happen. So that's not a new idea, but it's a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gallo?
Thank you, Casey, for what you're doing. Could you just, and I may have missed it, the Facebook group, could you just mention what it was? I'm sure we could probably get some more.
Yeah, it's called absolutely. It's called Project Let Us, LET-US. I actually tried to invite you to the group, Councillor Gallo. Okay. I know that Councillors Humphreys, as well as Gilliland and Mayor Maracas are already members of the group. So I haven't seen Mayor Maracas gardening per se in any of his posts, but now he has to commit to donate something. Wow. But it's the whole concept is let us learn how to grow our own vegetables, let us grow healthy food, and let us share that food with those in need.
Councillor?
It's a great idea. I'll take a look and become a member.
Oh, good.
I do a lot of gardening, and I know the benefit of it as well. I don't know if you're aware of Gordon Barnes, if you know him or heard of him. He is, in terms of tomato growing, an incredible resource. Probably the king of tomatoes in this town. I don't think there's anything he doesn't know about tomatoes, so that's an excellent resource for you or for anyone.
And ideally, thank you very much for that. Ideally, the way I see it expanding is being able to have more than a Facebook group, having an having this off of the Town of Aurora website where there's Project Lettuce with the Town of Aurora and video tips and tutorials. I've already spoken with Sarah in the Parks Department about the future community garden over in the east end of town and the accessibility there, and maybe tying in a mandate where people that work those gardens donate some of the food that they grow as well, and just adding that community aspect. So very excited to be volunteering and working for the Town of Aurora in a volunteer capacity there as well.
Counselor? Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Yeah. Seeing none. Casey, just gonna say, if you never tried the tomato by Mr. Barnes, that's one juicy tomato. I'll tell you. Definitely is. But no, thank you very much. Looking forward to the discussion for Councillor Humphrey's motion, and we thank you for coming this evening.
And thank you all for your time. I really appreciate it, and I hope to see all of your garden veggies very soon.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recorded vote for receive and refer of Delegation B to item 9.2, I believe, on tonight's agenda. Councillor Kim, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Humphreys?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
Councillor Gardner?
Yes.
And Councillor Gallo?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Council move to next delegation 5.3, David Cherezenko representing Silhouette Aurora Inc. regarding item 7.1.8, application for site plan approval, Silhouette Aurora Inc. 15086 and 15106 Yonge Street. David, welcome. 5 minutes, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is David Cherezenko. I'm a land use planner with Bousfields Inc. We are planning consultants for Silhouette Aurora, the townhouse project that is the subject of the agenda tonight. And at your general committee meeting on June 1st, council had a number of comments on the architectural details of the development proposal. And I wanted to spend my deputation time this evening walking you through a rendering of the development proposal and a response to some of those comments that you provided at the general committee. So just to recap, there were 4 main comments that council provided at the general committee on the subject matter. The first was noting that the subject site was directly across from Liberty Square, and there's actually a key plan in the arrow there that shows the directional view from Library Square, sorry. And that the development proposal should provide a high quality architectural addition to the Aurora Promenade. Further, council commented that the design should consider the use of heritage-based architectural details, particularly on the Yonge Street elevation, which could include traditional materials of stone, old Toronto fire hall red brick, and some gray and black accent tones. Further, the design should consider perhaps a loft style look while incorporating those historical materials. And finally, the design should include some moldings or accents to the building that are drawn from the heritage buildings in the surrounding Aurora Promenade. Just to point out, this is probably the first time I've looked over some of the materials that were shared at General Committee and as well as your council meeting this evening. Unfortunately, they're all black and white, so this is perhaps the first time you've seen it in full color. This is a view of the Yonge Street frontage of the development proposal, and as you can see, the proposed development has been designed to consist of traditional materials. The facade is composed of predominantly red brick masonry with a white rusticated stone masonry base at the basement level. And that stone masonry is also used in the porticos, which are dividing up the individual unit blocks. As well, white precast horizontal elements break up the elevation at the lintels, the headers, and the windowsills. So that brightens up the facade quite a bit. And particularly at the third story, the brick alternates with a beige siding material to delineate the breaks in the building mass. Further, dark brown accents are being used at the window mullions, door frames, flashing, and other opportunities to introduce more warm colors into the palette. And then further black accents have been used, particularly along the guardrails for the various patio spaces involved in the units. And then finally in the porticos, tapered fiberglass columns on those stone bases were introduced to generate some more heritage character to the overall design. And then finally, you can see at the top of the third floor, there's a double soldier column of brick material that really emphasizes the architectural detail proposed here. And I think that there's quite a few opportunities, in fact, to walk you through some of the individual materials that are used in this palette. Here's a view of it straight on, as if you were looking west across Yonge Street. You can see that the main material is that red brick with a number of accents with the white masonry that break up those individual bays and units, so that you can really appreciate the type of architectural detail that's being proposed even at this rendering stage.
David, I'm just gonna have to ask you to wrap it up, but we're at time.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I also wanted to mention, although not discussed at the general committee meeting, that Silhouette Aurora representatives had an opportunity to meet with the adjacent landowner at 91 Temperance on site, and there's a few details of the plan that have been specifically engaged, including fencing and landscaping, that will ensure that any built form impacts are completely mitigated from adjacent landowners.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Council, can I get a motion to receive and refer to item 7.1.8? Councilor Thompson, Councilor Gilliland, any comments or questions? Councilor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for coming tonight to help us envision this a little bit better. So are you showing us what you propose for Aurora?
David?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, absolutely. That's those plans, and I shared them in correspondence yesterday as well. Those renderings are the view of the proposed development from Yonge Street. That would be the street wall on Yonge Street.
Councilor?
Why is there a street at the north end of the building?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's the access. That's the driveway access for the proposed development from Yonge Street.
Thank you. Second question, our second comment is, you know, didn't make comments at the last meeting on how it looked, but I don't think you could call this in any way a nod to heritage. I mean, I think you'd have to go through the Heritage Committee, and I'm not on that anymore, but this doesn't appear in any aspect to add what I would call heritage features. With respect to the neighbor, thank you. I know that you met him. My understanding was, well, I didn't know that any progress had been made. With respect to the fence, I think he was asking for a higher fence, but is that possible?
David?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're happy to work with staff on increasing the height of the fence. It's currently proposed at 1.8 meters, and it's an opaque privacy fence. And we can work with staff and the adjacent landowner to increase the height of that fence if so desired.
Thank you. And you did mention something, I think, about plantings or trees.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out through you, Mr. Mayor, that between the fence and the adjacent property owner's boundary, there's actually a stormwater management swale that controls stormwater flows on the site. So that's completely naturalized. But however, it limits the type of plant material that you can put in there because obviously it has flowing water in it. So that was designed to protect all of the neighboring properties from the development. But we did discuss with the adjacent landowner opportunities for planting on their side of the boundary, which we would happily implement.
No, sir.
And I know he wanted as mature as possible trees. So is that something that you also have in your plan?
David?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, actually the plan doesn't show any plantings on any adjacent properties, but we're willing to work with the adjacent landowner on creating a planting plan.
Thank you. I'm just mentioning that because usually the trees that are planted are very small and they blow in the wind and they take a long time to mature. So I wouldn't want that kind of tree to be planted on the residents' behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gilliland?
Thank you. I think Councillor Gardner asked most of the questions I was going to ask, but forgive me, I don't know if I caught the end of it. I know that the resident was specifically asking for deciduous pyramidal English oak. So I don't know if Councillor Gardner, you were saying you weren't in favor of that. I don't know if that's what you had said. No. Okay. All right. So is that something that if you can't plant it on your side of the property, because based on some information that was sent to me that it was kind of difficult and may take away some parking, is it something that you've had a conversation with to where you could plant them on their property in a place where they would like, have you had that conversation? Because I feel like they were willing to kind of compromise a little bit on both sides to kind of mitigate that screen or that view.
David?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's exactly the resolution that was discussed, was that the opportunity for planting would be on the adjacent property owner's boundary within their backyard.
Okay. Perfect, thank you. And I know that you've also made some clarity revisions on where the waste system and parking and all that, and explained kind of why you can't move the transformer and such. But could you expand a little bit on the possibility of redirecting the snow storage and what that would allude to?
David?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the area to the north of the proposed development blocks is our driveway for all of the residents of the proposed development. It also, underneath the driveway, provides for a stormwater management tank under the entirety of those parking spaces and the drive aisle. So it makes it very difficult actually to change any of the above grade materials, because underneath it there are all number of infrastructure that's required to support the development.
Counselor?
Okay, so, but as far as a snow storage, like, there is a possibility that you could move the snow storage offsite as opposed to storing it in your planned places there, which is at the end.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, snow storage would have to be trucked off site. That would be a temporary location, and then they would pick that up and move it off site.
Counselor?
Okay, perfect. I guess, Mr. Mayor, are we going to have a chance to ask the delegate some questions when we talk about it in our report?
No.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to pass the baton over to Councillor Humphreys, and then I may come back.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Humphreys?
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, you know, I do appreciate that, you know, David came back with some changes and some coloring. I was hoping just a little bit more on, and I know someone will say maybe this isn't, excuse me, possible. So, I have very bad allergies tonight. But, you know, a little bit more, like, I appreciate you're trying to get a little more into the historic look and feel, but if there's anything more, it just still looks a bit modern to me. I don't know if there's any, if you would entertain a little more attention to try to make it a little bit more in the heritage, sort of in the area. Anyway, I just thought I'd share that with you, David. You've heard it, but if there's anything that you would consider doing, maybe tweaking a bit more to make it look more in tune with the neighborhood, that would be great. Excuse me. That's just a comment.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilor Gallo, did you have your hand up?
I did. My questions were answered.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Cherizenko, for presenting. So I think with the color, it does help, but it doesn't, you know, change my view in terms of the appeal of the design of the townhomes. I don't think they are congruent to the adjacent buildings. You know, I was looking for something a little bit more congruent to the period in which the other buildings were created. And given that this is part of the promenade and right adjacent to or right inside Library Square, I was expecting a little bit more. You know, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Cherizenko, is there other elevations that you have in your design storage that you could you know, put on, or I know that without changing the interior structure, you know, a lot of developers can put in different elevations. Is there something, some other options that you have, you know, in the back of your pocket that you can put out, or is this a one and done deal?
David?
For you, Mr. Mayor, that's a valid question. We have worked through a number of design iterations on the elevations, particularly the Yonge Street elevation. What I will mention is that the proposed development has been reviewed, and particularly the architectural design has been reviewed by the Aurora Promenade's control architect. And it has been confirmed that it does achieve the urban design objectives of the Aurora Promenade. So between the control architect and our architectural team at Raw Design, they're fairly confident that this development proposal would provide an opportunity for heritage elements that are consistent with the Aurora Promenade.
Councilor?
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Gardner, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's hard to know what to say. It's if it was peer reviewed and it was accepted, But I agree with Councillor Kim. It could have looked different. It could have been better. It could have fit in more with the heritage aspect. And I just have to make that comment. I don't suppose there's anything else to be done at this point, but it is disappointing. We kind of have the same kind of architecture. Every new development that we approved, it looks the same. And, you know, hoping for something with a little more innovation for our young street. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Sorry for the late hand up. Through you to Mr. Cherizenko. Mr. Cherizenko, are you familiar with the application back in 2018 when council first dealt with it?
For you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I was the planner back in 2018, responsible for the original BERA group proposal for this development site.
Councillor?
Thank you. I apologize for not remembering you. So, you know, there's been a few comments about the look and the design, but when I went back to the 2018 application, while it wasn't as detailed as the one we have before it, the look or the structure of the buildings look fairly similar. Has there been significant changes in terms of the design from what was approved in 2018 to now? Because the one drawing that we had in that package does seem to replicate very much what we had before. As granted, it wasn't in color in order to give a lot of different variations in terms of elevations and so forth.
David?
Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, actually, the development has gone through a number of design iterations, specifically around the Yonge Street facade. You'll recall in that original 2018 development application, we had two development blocks that ran perpendicular to Yonge Street. As a result of some of the physical constraints on the development site, we had to reorient the building and have a block facing Yonge Street. And so that caused quite a few design considerations from the Aurora Promenades to control architect, town staff, and our own architect. So what you're seeing this evening is a result of almost a year of iterations between town staff, the control architect, and the developer's architect. So there's been quite a few iterations of this design, and everyone on the design team is fairly confident that the choice of materiality here is consistent with the Aurora Promenade.
Councillor?
Thank you very much.
Councillor Gilliland, second time.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that this was covered. I know that the property owners were also talking about, I guess on the plan, there's a small white spruce, which seems in their opinion to be an inadequate replacement for a 30-foot tree. So they understand that it would be kind of difficult to plant on that part of the property with the construction. So it seems that they would be willing to plant that on their property as well. Is that something you guys have agreed or had talked about, or any kind of compensation in that factor to make it a little bit more, I guess, private on the northwest corner?
David?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, those are precisely the comments that we've been having with the adjacent landowner. As you mentioned, that white spruce in the northwest corner actually is through the drainage swale or the stormwater runoff swale. So it makes it very difficult to plant materials over top of that swale. But like you mentioned, there are opportunities and there are further agreements to be made with plantings on the opposite side of the property boundary to provide the same privacy.
Councillor?
Thank you. And I just really want to make sure that there's some sort of resolution here. since, you know, it was originally set on the plan mistakenly as commercial. And so for them, this was a bit of a surprise, and just out of respect for them, I just want to make sure that they do have some sort of privacy moving forward, and you guys are collaborating together, and you know, would hope to see some sort of written agreement that they can feel there's some assurance on your side that, you know, if we were to approve this tonight, that they have those assurances.
David?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we certainly can enter into agreements with adjacent landowners after the approval this evening.
Counselor?
Thank you. Okay, and aside from that, I know we were talking about the design as far as a historic factor. I did notice some changes, and you did put a lot more brick versus the stucco, which I think looks great. I don't know as far as the type of brick you're using, if it's more old school kind of dress kind of look, or, you know, Liberty Village kind of look. I think that's great. I think a combination of modern and old is a good balance. Most, you know, there's other developments that haven't necessarily gone down that road. So I think it's a pretty good complement, because not everything's going to be as old world as we would like, but I think there's some really great ways of introducing both. I mean, and even with homes right now, it's very trendy, the modern farmhouse, where it looks very farmhouse and kind of countryish, but then they have some really slick modern elements to it. And I think that's what you're, at least those are the revisions I think you tried to achieve. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilor Gallo, second time?
I think it's my first, but
Oh, is it? Sorry.
I won't be speaking again. I'm at a bit of a loss here, just because of the way the delegations are put together. I would have liked to have heard the owners to the north, Peter and Aaron, and then had Mr. Cherzenko, you know, answer them. So I'm hoping, David, you could hang on. I'd be willing to put a note or a motion to waive procedural bylaw, just to have him come back, if that's at all possible, after we hear from the residents delegation, so that he can have an opportunity to answer any of the questions that they may have. Although I've spoken to them, I've read their emails, I think I know where they're coming from, and I know there's been discussions. There may be something that come up that we would want an answer from planning consultant to answer. So I'm hoping you can stay on, and if we get to that point where there's unanswered questions, Mr. Mayor, I put a notice or a motion forward to waive procedural bylaw to have David come back.
Okay. That's what council wants in the majority. Absolutely. And I'll just let everyone know that delegations are based on when they're submitted. That's the order that they come in at. So that's what the clerk does. Seeing nothing else, I'll call the vote. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record vote for
Mr. Mayor?
receive and refer.
Sorry, I had my hand up.
I thought it was still up from when you have, but go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify my comments. The one reason I'm saying this, because based on the correspondence from those owners, you know, there may have been some missteps on staff in terms of communicating back, them having an opportunity to communicate at our last GC and express their opinions. That's the only reason there seems to be some missteps happening there, that they didn't get a proper opportunity to delegate and express their opinions. And we're online, and it's difficult and all of that.
Oh, absolutely. And they're here tonight. And we're going to hear from the public, which we always look forward to. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record vote for receive and refer of delegation C. Councilor Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
Councilor Kim?
Yes.
Councilor Gallo?
Yes.
Councilor Humphries? No, I think Councilor Humphries is logged off for a second. Councilor Thompson?
Yes.
And Councilor Gilliland.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Delegation 5.4, Peter Kerr and Aaron Miller, residents, regarding item 7.1.8, the item we were just discussing. Peter and Aaron. Let's see them down at the, oh, there you guys are. Welcome. 5 minutes, floor is yours.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. I've met some of you in person. Aaron's met some of you in person, and we thank you for hearing us tonight. A bit of a catch up. We're sorry that you're hearing us this late in the game, so to speak. We did buy our property back in 2018, and it was after the initial Barra Group proposal had gone through its approval phase. So we really didn't know anything about it until the September after that approval. Once we did find out about it, we did go to planning. We did discuss our concerns at the time. We did speak about our property not being commercial back in 2018. It still seemed to have made it through to 2021 somehow. But we also wanted to discuss that, yes, we did talk to planning. Planning at the time in 2018 told us that we really only had one choice, and our choice was to accept it, what's there, put in our concerns, and maybe they could work to have them incorporated into the design. And at the time, that really came down to fencing. We didn't really think that that was all we wanted or the bulk of what we wanted, but that seemed to be what made it into the final plan. So back in 2018, we were actually told that if any changes were to come up, or if the property changed hands and design in any way, that we would be notified about it. And we did get a notification on May 27th, 2021. And so that was really the first we'd ever heard about any sort of redesign or replanning or anything like that. And we were thrown a bit off guard with that, because we were like, hey, like we were told we would be brought into the loop a lot sooner than that. And again, we tried to come before council on June 1st, but the planning department contacted us back on June 1st and told us that we'd missed the deadline to speak. So we actually wanted to talk to you guys a lot earlier. And yeah, so and it's still listed as commercial buildings even in the existing plan today. Are you sharing our screen?
Yeah, our property borders to the north, and it shares about 100 feet of property line. As you can see in this diagram, this red zone is actually our property. We have a 1912 historic home in Aurora, which once had original frontage on Yonge Street. So you can see how the proposed development borders quite a substantial amount. Now, I know Mr. Tarasenko was discussing that there was water flowing here. There actually is not any water flowing here. This side here to the east is actually the stream that runs throughout the community. These are the proposed elevations that they have brought before council.
Yeah, this is what we'll be looking at.
This is basically what we would be looking at from our property. This is currently our property. As you can see, it has very large deciduous trees that have been growing for quite a long time. And our fear is that we are going to be, sorry, our kids are in the background, our kids, that we're going to be losing a lot of this privacy and this serenity that we fell in love with when we originally purchased the property.
That area right in that shot, sorry, is actually where proposed parking and snow storage is supposed to go.
Yeah, so we're talking about water runoff. As you can see, it's not flowing water right now. It is just a swale. It's an interesting topography, as some kind councilors had come and visited and took note of. This is also a view from the property. This is the current residence that presides there. And as you can see, there's large deciduous trees. And this is the proposed side for the parking area. What we are actually happy with that we were discussing was the increased height for the privacy fencing that we feel would be beneficial for us as property owners. As you can see, our topography is quite a bit lower, so a higher fence would just add an element of privacy, and also our children play in the yard, so it would be nice to be a little bit more blocked from there. Again, another shot from the property. This is our current view. And we were driving around Aurora and just wanted to make note that garbage doesn't always stay nice and clean. So having garbage along our property line is of still concern. What we were asking for the developers to consider is planting a row of cedar trees.
12
and
feet high.
yeah, I'm hoping council would potentially consider the removal of these 2 parking places, repositioning the garbage, and planting a row of oaks along the property line of mature to provide additional. And there's the timer.
Our timer went off. Sorry.
But yeah.
Yeah, you can wrap. Yeah, you can wrap it up. Like, you can go. Okay, yeah.
And
Go
then
ahead.
what's the next slide that you have?
That's it.
Oh yeah, and
we're
so
happy to answer any questions that you may have. We appreciate you taking the time to listen to us today, and we'd like to thank on behalf of our entire family for the opportunity to speak. And we love Aurora.
And if you have any questions, please ask. Please ask.
Well, thank you, Aaron and Peter. First, Council, can I get a motion to receive and refer? Councilor Gardner, thank you. Councilor Thompson, thanks. Seconder, any comments or questions for the delegates? Councilor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the size of trees you're asking for, I think, would they be, you consider them as to be relatively mature trees?
We wanted mature trees or relatively mature trees. We've talked with a few different companies, and we've received 2 different kind of bulks of like forms of information. We've been told that mature trees that use a spade truck tend to not take well and require a lot of care and maintenance, and they could die after they go in, which isn't necessarily what we were looking for. So then we've also talked with other companies that have like what they call like root ball trees that don't have those kind of issues. They won't necessarily be as high, but they will be a lot higher than your traditional, like, 6 foot high kind of sapling or whatever goes in. So yeah, we have looked at 2 different, we've been given tons of information. We've had to try to become experts on a million different things simultaneously. So, but we're learning a lot about trees, and we've been talking to arborists, and we've been talking to nurseries, and getting information back from them on what would work the best for that location and what would thrive there. Because our goal, we even did bring it up with planning to say that if there's even a town arborist that wanted to come and have their input, like, we are totally open to that, because we don't just want something planted, we want something that will grow and thrive there and provide a nice decent canopy and good privacy.
Yes, and provide you the screening so that you don't look at many windows, and that they don't
We're
look
going through 3 to
at
30.
you. Yeah, okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Gallo?
Thank you. And I just wanted to, I guess, through you, Mr. Mayor, hear from you in terms of what you heard from the planning consultant and your meeting with them, and the level of satisfaction that you have, or are there still outstanding issues that remain to be addressed?
Thanks, Through you, Mr. Mayor. Satisfaction is questionable. I think they were very kind to come and meet us at the property and to have a look at our family and how we use the yard and the existing deciduous trees. Our concern is, while we appreciate a written agreement, the stipulation of after approval is a little concerning, as we would probably appreciate some reassurances and with specificities in terms of the type of trees and the actual landscape design, for example.
Yeah, we did meet with his name was Danny DeMio, and who's the president of the company. And like Aaron said, like, the meeting was very polite and very courteous, but it was also very much one-sided, which kind of came down to, this is happening, was kind of the attitude. So we don't, maybe we can do this for you. So it wasn't as upbeat, I think, as what you have heard prior to us speaking. But it was also very polite and courteous, but it was, like I said, it was pretty much one-sided. And there was really nothing specific in there. It was just more like, it'll look good, and we'll work with you. But like Aaron said, handshake deals that hinge on this kind of thing really leave us nervous. And also, who's to say that the development won't change hands again, or another party won't come in and then we lose our say, or we lose that handshake, right? So it wasn't very specific. Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. So you are becoming experts on public planning and development as well, clearly.
So.
I mean, I'm going to be asking some of those questions once we get into the next phase and the item comes up, but I did want to hear from you in terms of the level of conversations. And I realize that some of your, I guess, handshakes have to do with plantings on your property, which, you know, the town isn't going to be a party to. So
yeah,
I can appreciate the difficulty in that. But once we get staff on board later in the meeting, we can ask some of the questions from them to see how we can best address those.
And what Aaron did show you was the elevation difference between the two properties. So even like the retaining wall that's going in, even if cedar trees were to go in on our side as a bit of a privacy, they'd have to be fairly significant, because the elevation between the two properties, like the retaining wall will be 7 feet high, and then the fence will be another, 6 to 8 feet above that. So it would have to be fairly significant to even start to just hide the retaining wall and the fence, never mind the windows beyond that, right? That's why we were looking for something higher up. Sorry, that could offer that. So.
Councilor?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Gilliland?
Thank you very much. I won't repeat much of what has been said, but it was a pleasure meeting with you guys and finding out what your concerns are. And I'm grateful that you guys did reach out. We have had some conversations and some emails back and forth with planning on some of the concerns and requests and what they can and cannot do. And I'm sure you've had the same conversations, but I know one of the things we'll probably end up talking about when the report does come up is the parking situation and whether or not to lose those 2 parking spots. Already the parking ratio is 1-to-1. It's a lot lower than say the rest of Aurora, and to lose 2 visitor parking spots might be really tough to relocate. So having said that, and I know that you are looking for the pyramidal English oaks, which I do think is actually a great suggestion by the arborist that you had been speaking to, or the nursery, or even Pyramidal Beach as well. And you can definitely purchase, or the developer can purchase, really tall English oaks at a very reasonably low cost for instant coverage. So definitely, I think that would be a great fit. So having said that, if that's something, you could, from what I read here, if they were to keep those 2 spots, they could put a few trees of the pyramidal oaks. But if you want to continue on, say, a line on your own property to kind of, because I don't know visually what it looks like if you were to keep the spots, but yet put some English oaks, and then would you need, would it help having a few more on your property in addition to the cedar hedges as kind of like a go-between solution, as far as, that added privacy on top of that? If they couldn't take that whole row out with the parking, would that be something that you would also work with?
Aaron, Peter?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Definitely something we would consider. Sorry, children. I think where I guess it gets a little bit foggy is in terms of how do we coordinate this? How do we make this work? As it was already discussed, it is on our property, so it kind of falls outside of the realm of what the developers have on their property. So I'm open to suggestions and how we can make that work with planning or the town. But yeah, it's definitely something that we would consider. I think Matthew in planning department had potentially, and I could be wrong on this statement, said that there was 1 extra parking space. Well, it'd be not a lot of parking spaces. So perhaps maybe a slight consideration there for at least 1, but just wanted to propose that. And specifically also, since they were saying they were going to be moving the snow away, if that designated snow shoveling spot could also be greenery. Just additional thoughts.
Councilor?
Perfect. That it's great to hear. We've presented some great solutions, and hopefully there's a way that can be met in the middle between both you guys. And when we speak to the report, we'll certainly ask those technical questions to make sure that we can get the best that we can for you as far as a verbal agreement of some sort, and continue working with their planning department, and then hopefully we can get to a resolution that's going to work for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, Peter, Aaron, thank you very much for joining us this evening and sharing your concerns. I'm looking forward to the discussion with council on the report. Thank you very much. Have a great evening. Mr. Clerk, call the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recorded vote to receive and refer the final delegation. Councillor Humphreys, still absent. Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Gartner?
Yes.
Councillor Gallo?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
And Mayor Marakis.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Council time is 9:02. We're going to take our health break. See you at 9:12.
Show Graham Norton is kind of this entertainment renaissance man. First off, you know him from his chat show, The Graham Norton Show. And Judy, do you still go clubbing? Do you still cover rock? Never ever been to a
Where is my letter?
So if I can get everyone to turn the cameras on, please. We got a quorum. We'll continue. Council, we have consent agenda. We have 3 items. We had a motion to approve 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3. Received. Councilor Thompson, second. Councilor Humphries, any comments, questions on any of them? Or did you want any of them pulled? Nope. Okay. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record vote for the items on the consent agenda. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Gallo?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
Councillor Gardner?
Yes.
Councillor Humphries?
Yes.
And Mayor Marakis.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Council will move to standing committee reports. Any items that council wants pulled?
Mr. Mayor, what number are we on?
We're on all the 7s.
I'd like 7.2.8 pulled for recorded vote.
7.2.
3 retirement home on Leslie.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Humphries.
715, please.
715. That's just the mixed library square.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Gilliland.
718.
718.
Isn't that the one I pulled?
Nope, Councilor, you pulled 728.
2.8. Thank you.
Anything else, Council? Councilor Gallo?
I'd like 722 for a recorded vote.
Absolutely.
And 729 as well.
Thank you. Anything else, Council? Okay, if I can get a motion to approve all items under standing committee reports with the exceptions of 7.15, 7.18, 7.22, 7.28, and 7.2.9. Someone like to move that? Councilor Thompson, Councilor Kim. Mr. Clerk, can we get that on the screen, please, just to make sure everyone?
Mr. Mayor, that will take us a second.
Yeah, no problem. It's been a while already. We might as well take an extra second.
Mr. Mayor, did you want us to include, right now, our form motion is without any of the items pulled for separate discussion, include which items have been pulled? I can verbally read them again to make sure we're all on the same page.
That's fine. I'll read them one more time just to make sure. But if you can just put up the motion, I'll read them while you put that up. Oh, it's up. Okay, I see it's up there. Okay. So Council, I have 7.1.5, 7.1.8, 7.2.2, 7.2.8, and 7.2.9. Is there anything that we missed before we call the vote? Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recorded vote for the items not pulled for separate discussion. Councillor Humphries, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Gartner?
Yes.
Councillor Gallo?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
And Mayor Maracus.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Council, we'll move to 7.1.5.
Mr. Mayor,
Library Square renaming. Councillor Humphries, you pulled this. You want to move it as is?
I'd like to move it as is with the selection. I would like to add an amendment to this to say that let's move it forward with Aurora Town Square. Please.
Can I have a seconder to the amendment? Councillor Gardner, is that you seconding it?
Yes.
Thank you.
you.
Any
Mr.
comments,
Mayor?
questions to the amendment? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Humphries.
Mr. Mayor, this is a long time coming, a long history behind this square. We started calling this the town square for a very long time. And at one point, jokingly, the piazza in 2010, we first were elected, some of us. So honestly, I know I've heard many comments, feedback. Town square sounds old, doesn't sound with it, but for me, a town square means a place of gathering, a place to go, a place where everything happens, the town square. And I think that is the best name for our square. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be full of life. And that's the name that I think is best suited.
Thank you, Councillor Humphries. Councillor Thompson, to the amendment.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Humphries, just for clarification, is the amendment to rename Library Square just to Town Square or specifically Aurora Town Square? Just if you can clarify, because in the previous report, obviously recommendation 2, which we didn't vote on at GC, was just Library Square to Town Square. So I just want to make sure there's no confusion here.
Councillor Humphries.
Aurora Town Square.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Mr. Clerk? Mr. Clerk, just so we're all correct, is this just to the amendment or is this the whole thing?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I was going to ask you about that.
I think it's just the amendment because this was an amendment put on the floor, and then we'll go back to the main motion as amended.
Okay, and once you do that, we'll need a mover and seconder for the main motion as amended. I don't believe we had that.
I'll just go with the 2 that did the amendment because I'm pretty sure that they were fine with moving that as well. So since Councillor Humphries pulled it, so we'll say Councillor Humphries again, unless they're objective to it. Councillor Gardner, you're fine with just the main motion, so we can have that. So okay, so now we're voting on the amendment first.
Okay, so there's just the amendment. What's on the screen is just for clause 2. The amendment is that Library Square be renamed as Aurora Town Square. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Gallo?
No.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
No.
Councillor Gartner?
Yes.
Councillor Humphries?
Yes.
And Mayor Maracus?
Yes.
The amendment carries.
Thank you. Back to the main motion as amended. Any other comments or questions? Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, the main motion as amended for item 7.1.5. Councillor Gartner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Hello, sorry, I had my hand up prior to the clerk, if you don't mind.
Councillor, we already started voting.
And I was waving and I was muted, so I unmuted and clearly I wasn't seen. I just wanted to make some comments because I wanted to speak to the main motion.
Councillor, quickly, we really shouldn't be allowing anyone to speak once we started voting. I mean, a councillor has already stated their vote and now you're going to speak.
That's fine, but I did put my hand up before you, the clerk, but needless to say.
I disagree, Councillor, but go ahead.
Thank you. I just had some comments. I know that I didn't vote for the town square. We did have some emails back about some of the questions we asked last GC about, you know, whether or not we could do a call for renaming and some of the implications of whether or not we were to wait. And we did get an answer back. And I'm not so sure if that was even presented tonight, but it was a tournament style presentation where a couple names would be presented and the general public could vote on one of these two names. It kind of be like a process of elimination. I thought it was a pretty neat idea to kind of expedite it a bit. I still like the idea of having an other in there. And then, you know, whether or not it was something staff would consider to kind of put in the pool of process of elimination of the two. And you just kind of did that for a few weeks. I thought that was a great way to have the public engaged, or at least feel like they've been part of this naming process, because it's been so long since they've had this opportunity to participate since I think 2018. So it's kind of morphed and grown into a completely different project than what we had talked about back then. And I guess the vision of the submissions that were given back then had changed along with that, which is the reason why a lot of those names weren't carried forward. And Who's Kidding Who Play Speak was not exactly the best platform, in my opinion. I certainly couldn't use it, didn't use it because it was not very friendly, user friendly, but the Engage Aurora is. So here we are, we have this opportunity. As far as what the consultants had said about, the time is of essence, I agreed with, having a clear winner and that can help. At the same time, with some contradictory statements in there, saying that it'd be much better to start with a quiet phase of capital campaigning this summer until after council approves further direction regarding the name late fall. The more time taken to determine, the less time left to undertake the successful fundraising campaigns. My question is a consultant suggesting they can't start the capital campaign unless there's a name? And I would think that, yeah, you can still start that campaign. As far as the example they gave about a donor, and the example they gave from a donor was that there was a name, but then when the name was presented to the donor, it was a completely different name. So it was kind of contradictory, because it's kind of like, if a donor is going to come in and can change the name anyway, that's what really is the point of rushing into this. So I just wasn't really sold on the idea that they couldn't go ahead and start marketing this now without having a specific name. I think that they're more than capable of selling the vision and the dream of what it's supposed to be and encompass the way it is presented. And maybe there's some opportunity within that with the name selection. Obviously, we're going to be thinking about, naming the square, which I didn't even think that was an option, because as far as I was concerned, that wasn't the option. But needless to say, I don't believe that the name will slow anything down, and whether or not people won't donate to the place. And then there was also a comment made saying, once the place is erected, that, the interest of investing moves down. So I didn't really understand that component as well. So there was a lot of moving parts about what the consultant had felt or said. And I wanted a little bit more clarity and be able to ask them these questions, because some of it was contradictory and some of it was suggesting that perhaps it could be this way, but we really don't know what those answers are. So as far as I'm concerned, I would love the opportunity for the public to at least have a hand in this tournament to take place and give the public that opportunity. I think it's a great way to move things up. And, who knows, maybe it'll end up being Town Square, but at least we can say that we did reach out to the public and give them that opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Humphries, I'm not going to entertain, and I apologize, I'm not going to entertain another. We already called the vote. I allowed that one. I'm just for clarity, from now on, Council, if I say Mr. Clerk, the vote has been called. If your hand is not up on the screen before that, I will not recognize you. No more last minute hands up, please. It's not fair to everybody. Councillor Gallo, it's your point of order.
Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, the hand was up before you called that.
Councillor, I'm not going to argue it. Yeah, the hand was not up. I stared at the screen. You can watch the video. Councillor, I am not going to debate this right now. I'm stating, get your hands up in time, please. Otherwise, once someone has voted, if you have not speak, you cannot speak. It's not fair to the rest of council.
The hand was up before you called it.
Counselor, I'm not going to debate this. It was not up. Mr. Clerk.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will start a new vote just to keep it fair for council. So this is a recorded vote for the main motion as amended for 7.1.5. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
No.
Councillor Gartner?
Yes.
Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
Councillor Gallo?
No.
And Councillor Humphreys?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Move to 7.1.8. This one is for the application for site plan approval for Silhouette Aurora Inc., 15086 and 15106 Young Street. The recommendation from General Committee is 1, that report number PDS 21-064 be received. 2, that the revised development concept for site plan application file SP 2018-03 to permit the development of 53 stacked townhome units continue to be approved in principle, subject to the following conditions. 1, that all outstanding comments, conditions, and requirements from the town and external agencies be addressed to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning and Development Services prior to the execution of the site plan agreement. 2, that the owner obtain minor variance approval for the required exceptions to zoning bylaw number 6017 as amended, as identified in table 1 of this report from the Committee of Adjustment. The committee's decision for the minor variance shall be final and binding, and the applicant shall satisfy any conditions of approval imposed by the committee. 3, that the owner enter into a site plan agreement with the town to address requirements of the town and external agencies, including but not limited to the provision for payment by the owner of all applicable fees, securities, and any other financial obligations. And 3, that council revokes servicing allocation for 6 townhouse dwelling units. Would someone like to move that recommendation? Councillor Thompson, seconder. Anyone? Councillor Humphreys, thank you. Any comments or questions on this one? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gill, and Councillor Thompson, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess we'll start through you to Mr. Waters. Mr. Waters, you heard the residents this evening and their concerns, and as well as the requests with regards to realigning or repositioning the garbage, more mature trees and so forth. What, if anything, can be done to address these concerns and ensure that some of their privacy can be maintained?
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to the fence, the current provisions of the bylaw provide for a maximum fence of 5 feet. However, my understanding is through the fence bylaw that can be increased as long as it's subject to a site plan agreement. So we could increase the height of the fence to 6 or 6.5 feet to accommodate the residents' request regarding privacy along that flank. With regards to the parking, we can potentially reduce the parking by 1 spot. If you take the 2 spots away, they would be in non-compliance with the zoning bylaw as per the 1 space per unit standard. So they wouldn't have enough spaces for their units. The other space, is my understanding, would be set aside for a visitor parking spot. The transformer cannot be moved from the location that it's proposed at the moment because there are 2 issues there. One is setback from the building, has to be a certain distance away from the building. Second of all, the relocation on Yonge Street, there are easements in that location, so it cannot be located there. So really, it's a very tight site with regards to relocating some of those other uses. There was mention or discussion rather about the snow storage area at the north west corner of the site. Heard today that snow storage area can be eliminated, which means that any snow has to be taken off site once it's plowed by the contractor. And that can be replaced with a tree. The species, the maturity, I don't have that information at the moment.
Counselor?
Thank you. And with regards to the trees or some of the promises that or commitments that the developer may have made with the residents and they're concerned about it being more so after the fact, I get it that it's some of these are on their property, but what, if anything, can we do to assist or ensure that some of these verbal commitments are maintained?
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Following tonight's meeting, we still need to work through some of the details regarding site plan approval and the agreement itself. So during that time, we would, be part of the process to make sure that there are some plantings on the 91 Temperance property. We would help engage, we would bring forward our arborist and our parks people to help with that discussion. However, it's important to know that this is a private agreement between two parties and the town will not be involved in that.
Counselor?
I understand that we wouldn't be a party to the agreement, just to see what we can do to assist or ensure that there's some compliance down the line. So appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Gilliland?
Thank you. I think Councillor Thompson covered pretty much everything there, but I did want to ask one question because I know that there was some talk about the parking spots, and I certainly wouldn't want to eliminate the only visitor parking spot that would be available to the people in this building. Although I would want to entertain the idea of the snow storage being off-site, so there is some trees at a relatively good height. However, as a new revelation, I had asked if, the developer would be able to locate some additional trees on their property that were of similar shape, like the pyramidal oaks, to kind of offset maybe the where the parking spots would have been removed, just to kind of add that extra level of privacy. So I'd like to see some sort of discussion or some commitment there. And is there any way that we could have any of the things that we're talking about today as part of their terms, or is this something that we're just kind of suggesting at this point and in good faith? I just want to make sure that they're assured and that there is some compliance there, and it's approved, and then everything kind of just goes away, and then we get the phone calls later because it wasn't done.
Mr. Waters?
For you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to the subject site that is before you, we can condition it with regards to what you heard today in terms of the snow storage area, in terms of the plantings in lieu of the snow storage. So we can condition that through the site plan agreement. But when it comes to the abutting property, the private landowner, we can't condition that in the site plan. But we can definitely, it's on the public record, and so we can, and everybody's heard what the conversation was tonight. So definitely, we would work towards helping with that condition along the 91 Temperance property line.
Counselor?
Perfect. Okay. And so with tonight's resolution, and if we were to move forward and approve this, do we need to make an amendment in the motion, the resolution, to say, to include snow removal to be off-site? Is that something that we need to add now?
Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe you do. We've heard that tonight, and so, but however, if it gives council the level of comfort to have it in the resolution, then that's council's choice.
Counselor?
Thank you. Well, I think for peace of mind for the residents' sake, I think they would like to see that, at least on our end with our due diligence. So with that, I think if I could just make an amendment to add that as a condition to move the storage facility off-site as a condition, and to replace with the area with some deciduous trees.
Someone like to second that? Councilor Gardner, thank you. Comments, questions to the amendment? No? Okay, call the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just be clear on the amendment that the snow storage site be removed from, or be removed off-site and replaced with deciduous trees. Councillor Kim, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Humphreys?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
Councillor Gardner?
Yes.
And Councillor Gallo.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
Thank you. Back to the main motion as amended. Councillor Gilliland, you still have the floor. Go ahead.
That's nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Well, Councillor Gardner, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I was looking at the report from 2018, it has an environmental protection area within the property's boundary. It would be the northeast corner. I didn't see that this time. What can go on an EP area? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Waters.
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going through the zoning right now. Based on what I see here, I don't believe there is an EP zone on the property. If it is, it looks like it may be where the snow storage area is.
I think it's actually.
Councillor, I was gonna say it's probably, I think it's where the park is, that little parkette on the northeast corner, as you mentioned.
So I mean, an environmental protection area, I don't think we want to have a park on it. I don't think we can have that in an EP zone, but I'm not sure.
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that is a permitted use. It's an open space use.
Councillor?
Thank you. Also, we had our public planning, we heard this on the 1st of June, and then we had our public planning meeting on the 8th. And we were talking about the rooftop amenity space and the noise. So what we have here is an amenity space on the main level. And I think we're going to have the same, the residents, are going to have the same noise concerns. So I didn't catch it on the 1st, and I apologize, but Mr. Waters, is there anything we can do about this at this point? And could there be some sort of a sound barrier on the west part of that amenity area?
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe there is a sound fence or a sound barrier on the lot line that the park is situated on. We did do a noise study to determine what mitigation was required for the residential units, but my understanding is there was no noise mitigation proposed for the open space feature.
Thank you. Again, as Councillor Gilliland says, some council is going to get the residents coming and saying that, and noise carries. So can it be part of the site plan that there is a noise attenuation wall on the west part of that open terrace?
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll review the noise report again and just confirm that there is or is not any mitigation that is proposed for that particular part of the plan of the site.
Thank
plan.
you. And it wouldn't be mitigation for the residents, although that may be a problem, but it won't be our problem. But for the adjoining neighborhood, that may be a problem. And we noted that problem on Bercy Street. So I'd like to be proactive on that. So I shall leave it with you. Thank you. I guess one more question. The notice, how does notice work? Is there a certain amount of time that the residents within a certain radius have to receive a notice?
Mr. Waters? Oh, Mr. Waters, you're on mute.
Apologize. So sorry, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The site plan process is not a public process under the Planning Act. However, the town goes over and above the Planning Act requirements. So my understanding is after the first approval was issued in 2018, the residents who spoke tonight for 21 Temperance, they heard of the application. They submitted their names as an interested party. And what we do is, in this case, when an application like this goes forward, we issue a mail out that the report is going to GC on a particular date and a link so they can participate if they wish.
Thank you. Only to the interested party?
That's my understanding. Yeah, that's correct. It's not a requirement under the Planning Act to issue notice as you would for a planning application like an official plan amendment, zoning bylaw, or subdivision plan.
In a case like this where the site plan, where the proposal is quite different than the one presented in this case in 2018, I think it would be appropriate to adjust those notice rules if it's substantially different, and this is substantially different, that the neighborhood should be notified. I'm not sure how to do that or what to do about it, but I think it's fair to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kent?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, it's been said, it's been commented about the design of the townhomes, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Waters, has the design guideline team, I'm assuming that they reviewed and they were fine with the design?
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as you heard from Mr. Cherizenko tonight, architectural architect for the Promenade, which is the planning partnership, they did review this version, and they did say it conformed to the policies of the Promenade for urban design.
Councillor?
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Gardner, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really don't want to have to do a motion on this. Can Mr. Waters suggest how we could ensure in a case like this, and there may be more in the future, that when a site plan changes substantially, or I don't know about the word substantially, but some wording so that the area residents are notified?
Mr. Waters, can we do that, or do we need maybe a separate motion? Up to you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree with you. I believe we would require a motion because at the moment, the Planning Act doesn't require notice. So we follow the Planning Act in this case. However, if council wishes to implement a alternative notice provision, we would request that a motion be submitted.
Councillor, I suggest that we do a separate motion because that speaks to generally our policy moving forward instead of this specific item that's in front of us. I know it should have happened with this item. You would like to have had it happen with this item, but I think it's a separate motion. So if you want, you could write that up and we could get that in front of council and we can move forward. I'll give you a hand if you want. I think it's a good idea to do it. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the last thing, and I've never seen this on a planning application, but in this case, we have a strange situation where we've got residential directly north, and then we've got commercial, but that wasn't reflected in, in 2018, and it wasn't reflected this time either. So do we ever do like a dual kind of in order to reflect the true character of what lies next to a building or a proposal, have we ever done a dual res commercial type description?
Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the reference to the description of abutting or adjacent properties was the fact that commercial was in the general vicinity of the subject property, as opposed to it being a next door neighbor or an abutting neighbor. I think that's the reference that was made in the staff report, because if you look at the zoning bylaw, it's a mixture of zonings in this vicinity. There's a mixture of uses. You know, these lots on Temperance are quite deep, and they have frontage. Actually, their home's frontage on Temperance. So it's not referencing its commercial beside this property, but that it is in the general vicinity. It's a use that is common to the area.
Councillor?
Thank you. I think when you've got an abutting residential, adjacent residential, that should be outlined in the report. I think it would have saved the resident and council a lot of time. If we'd looked at this in the beginning, we could have figured this out. Please don't tell me that's going to need another motion.
Mr. Waters?
No. Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. I think what we'll do is we'll take a little more care, and when we do describe the adjacent properties, because we do essentially do it at a very cursory level. We just kind of indicate what the use is. The downtown is quite unique, as you know, that in terms of the range of uses and the intermixture of the uses, given the historical nature of this area. So I think we'll pay a little more attention to that aspect of the report.
Thank you. I think that would be appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions on this one? Call the vote.
Record vote for 7.1.8, the main motion as amended. Councillor Humphries, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Gallo?
Yes.
Councillor Gartner?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
And Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Clerk, am I allowed to change my vote? You already said it, Karen. Okay, for the record, I should have said no. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, next we have 7.2.2. Recommendation from GC, 1, that report number PDS 21-075 be received. 2, that official plan amendment application OPA 2017-01 be approved to A, amend Schedule AA of OPA 30 to redesignate the subject lands to low, medium density residential and medium high density residential, and amend Schedule H of the Town of Aurora official plan to identify a new site specific policy area in accordance with figures 5 and 6 attached to this report. B, amend OPA 30 policies to allow for a 6-story supportive housing senior citizens home building as a permitted use and allow for maximum net residential density to be calculated across all lands designated as medium high density residential within the development. And 3, that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2017-03 be approved to rezone the subject lands to detached 4th density residential exception R4 XX zone, townhouse dwelling residential exception R8 XX zone, and 2nd density apartment residential exception RA2 XX zone. And 4, that should the applicant secure lands between block 37 and 53 on the draft plan of subdivision from York Region, as shown on figure 4, that these lands be rezoned from open space O1 zone to townhouse dwelling residential exception R8 XX zone. And A, that in accordance with section 34(17) of the Planning Act 1990 RSO as amended, that no further notice is required to be given in respect of the proposed zoning bylaw, as inclusion of the additional lands within the development is minor and meets the general intent of the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications. 5, that the draft plan of subdivision application sub 2017-02 be approved to create 35 lots and 38 blocks subject to the conditions listed in Schedule A to this report. 6, that the Director of Planning and Development Services be authorized to approve minor red line revisions to the draft plan prior to registration, if necessary, should additional lands between blocks 37 and 53 be secured from the region of York. 7, that council grant an allocation of 685 persons from the reserve to service the development of 37 single detached dwelling units and 209 townhouse dwelling units with the draft plan of subdivision. 8, that the implementing official plan amendment be forwarded to the region of York for approval. 9, that the zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 2017-03 be brought forward to a future council meeting following approval of the implementing official plan amendment by the region of York. 10, that in accordance with section 45, 1.4 of the Planning Act 1990 RSO as amended, an exemption to the 2-year moratorium on minor variance applications after adoption of a privately initiated zoning bylaw amendment be granted to permit the submission of a minor variance applications if required for consideration by the Committee of Adjustment. Would someone like to move that recommendation? Councillor Gilliland, second. Councillor Thompson. Any comments or questions? Seeing none.
Sorry, sorry, I'm trying to.
Councillor Gardner, go ahead.
Thank you. I would just like to say what I said last time briefly, which is that I believe that this is, I believe this development is too dense and does not have enough green space. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, any other comments or questions? Seeing none, before I call the vote, it was mentioned last week about our official plan. OPA 30 under section 3.3.1 states that development within this designation shall generally not exceed 4 stories in height. At certain locations on Wellington Street East, building heights may increase provided such an increase is considered appropriate as articulated in the urban design guidelines and does not exceed 7 stories in height as set out in the official plan. So under our OPA 30, 7 stories is permitted in this area. So this is actually lower than what is allowed under our OP. So just to clarify that. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, call a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recorded vote for item 7.2.2. Councillor Gardner, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Gallo?
No.
Councillor Humphries?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
And Councillor Gilliland.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next, we have 7.2.8, application for site plan and lifting of the holding symbol for 460 and 480 William Graham Drive. The recommendation was 1, that report number PDS 21-074 be received. 2, that the site plan application file SP 2020-07 to permit the construction of a 7-story building with 125 independent living units be approved in principle, subject to the following conditions. A, that all outstanding comments and requirements of the town and external agencies be addressed to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning and Development Services prior to execution of a site plan agreement. B, that the owner enters into a site plan agreement with the town to address requirements of the town and external agencies, including but not limited to the provisions for payment by the owner of all applicable fees, securities, and any other financial obligations. And 3, that a zoning bylaw amendment to remove the H holding symbol be approved and that the amending bylaw be presented for enactment at a future council meeting. Would someone like to move that recommendation? Councillor Thompson, seconder. Councillor Gilliland, thank you. Comments, questions? Councillor Gardner, you got your hand up? Go ahead.
I do, thank you. I believe this building is too high. We did give them an extra floor. And I think it's not fair to the surrounding residents or the residents to the north. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Any other comments or questions before I call the vote? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. And through you to Mr. Waters, just as a quick overview, it does say within this, the report, that this is sort of phase 3 of the Meadows of Aurora Retirement Complex. So how does this compare to the other buildings that council has approved and are built?
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it conforms to the zoning bylaw that council passed, and it is of the same height as the other 2 phases.
So it'd be adjacent, so it would be adjacent to two other 7-story buildings. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Mayor,
much.
that's correct.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councilor Gardner, second time.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. For consistency, I voted against the others for the same reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gardner. Any other comments, questions before I call a vote? Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record vote for 7.2.8 on this evening's agenda. Councillor Humphreys, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Gardner?
No.
Councillor Gallo?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
And Mayor Marakis.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next, we have 7.2.9, which is the Aurora Economic Development Corporation project funding request. The recommendation out of General Committee was that report number PDS 21-076 be received. 2, that the creation of a new project with total capital budget authority of $20,000 for the purposes of an AEDC marketing campaign to be funded from the Economic Development Reserve be approved. 3, that the management and distribution of the funds be directed through the Economic Development operating budget in accordance with the town's finance and procurement processes. Someone like to move that recommendation? Councilor Kim. Seconded by Councilor Thompson. Councilor Gallo, you pulled this one. Did you want to speak to it, or did you just wanted the vote? And did you want it split? Because I remember you wanted it split last time.
Split and just for the vote.
Just for the vote. So we're going to do number 2 separately, right? Correct? Okay. So council will do 1 and 3 first. Okay.
Can it go on the screen, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, we'll get it. Mr. Clerk, can you put 1 and 3 on the screen for everybody, please? And then I'll ask you, I'll call the vote.
To you, Mr. Mayor, yes. Just give us 1 second on that.
Absolutely.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I don't need a split. They're both the same. They're both the same.
Yeah, you don't need it split. Just do all 3 together. Just do the whole thing. Okay. Mr. Clerk, just put all 3 up, please. Sorry for that.
No problem at all.
There we go, council. Well, I won't read it again, but I'll give everyone just a second there to read it. Okay. Mr. Clerk, call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record vote for 7.2.9 on this evening's agenda. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Gallo?
No.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
Councillor Gardner?
Yes.
Councillor Humphreys?
Yes.
And Mayor Marakis.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. All right. We actually had no items requiring discussion part of the regular agenda, but we'll move to motions. First up, we have 9.1, which is Councillor Kim's motion regarding disc golf in Aurora. Oh, Councillor Thompson, point of order.
Not so much point of order, but just a question, Clerk. Did we need to approve 7.3, the budget minutes?
That got approved. Sorry, Mr. Clerk, did that not get approved through our standing committee? Yes, that got approved through our standing committee reports. Okay, thank you. So motions, Councillor Kim, you're up first. Would you like to move as is?
I'll move as is, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Humphreys, thank you. Councillor Kim, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As stated in the motion, it's asking staff to investigate the feasibility of disc golf in Aurora. When they delegated, 2-3 months ago, we were still in the heart of COVID and this pandemic, and it was one of the the few outdoor sports that provides for social distancing and even long after this pandemic's over, this is a great activity that, families, young and old, those with, various levels of physical talents or skill sets can enjoy. I recall when we were in the development of Thomas Coates Park, I have to admit that I was very short-sighted personally when staff had recommended pickleball. I didn't think that would be the popular sport that it is today. And there's lineups, in fact, at times at Thomas Coates for pickleball. And I was thinking, in the same way with disc golf, but when I looked more into it, I thought, there's a lot of possibilities here. I know a couple of decades ago when ultimate frisbee was not, was still in its infancy. I had friends who, quit their jobs to do this because they had a passion for ultimate frisbee. And a decade and 2 decades later, it's a very popular activity that everyone or a lot of people like to participate in. Further investigation on my part has uncovered that this is a great low-cost activity for sport tourism. What many communities, once it starts growing and hits a critical mass, it becomes they get into tournament play, and people from across the province and nationally come to enjoy frisbee golf tournaments. So, sport tourism is one factor that's it's a very positive one, especially in light of we're trying to grow sport tourism, and we do have one hotel and another on its way. One item that the delegates did not mention, and I don't think anyone asked, but that there's a lot of flexibility in it, in that if the town chooses to have other usage for the land that that we might have designated for disc golf, there's nothing permanent on the course. You can just remove the net and you can use it for something else. So there's no necessarily a hard commitment or an anchor that prevents us from being more flexible compared to other sports that requires hard assets. And as it was mentioned, it's a 4-season sport. You can do this in the winter, you can do it in the forest, you can do it in open field. It's pretty flexible. And lastly, I think it was mentioned briefly, this could be a 3-hole course, 6-hole, 9-hole, 18. It could be as big or as small as you want it. So size is not a restriction. So for that, I'm just asking staff to investigate it. It's part of our mandate for Sports and Rec Master Plan or Parks and Rec Master Plan. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you, and I'll be supporting this. I think it's a good idea. The only one thing that I'm interested in knowing when staff investigate this, is there an anticipated financial contribution from the town, or what type of financial commitment, if any, would we be looking at, and would that be part of a report? Is that what you're
Ms.
also
McDougall?
looking at?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It took a long to click. Apologize. So at the moment, that is part of our investigation. When we are looking at other opportunities and what are some of various operating models, that is something that we would be investigating, would be part of our report back to council in relation to whether this is simply a capital investment to start, which to install, and then simply it's run as a free program for the community, or an operating model might be that it is for fee for service, and therefore that's going to be a third-party relationship that we would need to be getting into. But at this time, I don't have a cost. I would anticipate there will be for the installation, but at this point, I don't have that information. But it would be part of our report back.
Councillor?
And that's fine. I guess my question was, what would it be part of the report? Clearly, it would be. So,
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. Similar to Councillor Gallo, I was just going to ask about financial information be associated with the report. Ms. McDougall's already answered that, but I guess just for confirmation through you to Ms. McDougall again, at this point, we're just exploring the concept. You're going to come back with a report with options and as much information as council needs, but certainly there's no commitment beyond that report at this point in time, the way I read the recommendation before us. Would you agree, Ms. McDougall?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in reading the motion, I would see it the same way. This is simply an investigation opportunity. We are destined to do, with council's endorsement at budget time, a Parks Recreation Master Plan update in 22. And this would just be part of that normally, but we can do an earlier exploration in this year while we're waiting.
Great. Thank you very much. You know, I support the concept, but in terms of the fit, I mean, I look forward to getting all the information from the report and then having further conversations at that time. So I'll be in support.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I'd like to try this myself, but so here are my concerns. They'll go back to staff. It took us years to try and find land for another dog park. I don't think we have the land, but I think it's either going to be a play space or a tourism draw. So I'm concerned. I mean, it'd be great to have a tourism draw, but I don't know where we're going to get the land from. Well, maybe I'll just won't even ask a question. If my understanding from the master plan, rec master plan, is that we're supposed to accommodate new sports that might be brought with various nationalities that decide to reside in York Region, that we're supposed to be accommodating the kind of sports that they might want to see. So actually, I will ask that to you, Ms. McDougall.
Ms. McDougall?
Through Mr. Mayor, if I understand the question correctly, as part of the Parks Recreation Master Plan update, part of that would be evaluating various interests in sports, not just I'll call it the traditional sports.
Yes.
We've been looking to our community and demographic and understanding a bit more about what the interests are. That would be something that'll be part of the overall master plan assessment. This being a very pointed notice of motion on disc golf, that it would be where we'd focus for now.
Councillor?
Thank you. I took the understanding that we would try and accommodate new sports that were more familiar to people who were settling in the region. But you know, anything that we can have that we can enjoy is great. I just don't know where we'd find the land. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Kim. Good motion.
Thank you. Councillor Gilliland?
Thank you. And Councillor Gardner had actually asked the same questions I was going to ask. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. McDougall, just as a follow-up to what Councillor Gardner was suggesting, I know that we just did a SWOT analysis of our fields and whatnot, and we do have identified that, you know, we do have some challenges meeting some of the needs of the soccer fields and the baseball diamonds and such. So when you are looking for a viable location, is that going to be taken into consideration as to the kinds of choices you might recommend, if there is any to recommend?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would be working with operations teams under Al Downey and his team to identify any open space or parkland for consideration, and considering the size that we're talking about, being a 6-hole versus a larger, grander scale, and hearing today as well some of the interests about being able to work around obstacles where sports fields themselves, typical sports fields, can't do that kind of operations, where disc golf can work around obstacles within an area. So I think that opens up a little bit more of an option where a rectangle or a ball diamond wouldn't naturally fit in something like that, where disc golf might have some of those options. But I'm going to turn and lean to Al Downey's team in relation to their suggestions on how this might work.
Counselor?
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. Downey, then, is he here or no? Oh, he is. Okay. If I could just get some feedback from you on that, because I think the delegate kind of said, take the one park that no one wants to use and we'll turn that into disc golf. So, I mean, I love the idea of disc golf. I think it sounds great, but I'm just, again, I think trying to identify the land and just knowing that we're in a deficit right now with the current activities that we're trying to accommodate. Maybe you can shed on some of that question as far as the opportunity.
Mr. Downey?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. We would more than likely be looking at a piece of land that we would combine disc golf with already perhaps an existing use or proposed use. I don't think we're looking at a dedicated space for disc golf. So we are going to be presenting some options through Robin's team as well, and saying, well, perhaps we can do something in combination with some other amenities that we have within parks. So I don't know that we need to be looking at a dedicated space. And I don't know that we need to be looking at a park that nobody uses. And I would love to know what park that would be in Aurora, because they're all very well used. So I think we're looking for a good combination of what the existing amenities are and what this new proposed amenity might bring to that park.
Counselor?
Yeah, appreciate that. And also, just as a follow-up to Councillor Ms. McDougall about the diversity in sport, and this certainly is something different. Just, if we are looking for that valuable land, and, are we going to be doing some sort of reach out to the community? Because perhaps, the demand, even though it sounds great, I mean, optically everything sounds great, but perhaps, maybe there's more of a demand for cricket or more demand for another sport that we haven't even looked at yet. And I would just not want to completely dedicate whatever small spaces that we do have left for this diverse sport and committing to 100% to disc golf. So as much as we're going to be looking into this, which is what the motion is saying, I just kind of want to go into it with an open mind that there could be some opportunities for other sports that may have a bit more of an interest or demand in our community that we haven't yet identified. Is that something that perhaps that will take in consideration in the report as far as what's left in order to diversify?
Mr. Google?
Through Mr. Mayor, again, a part of the Parks Recreation Master Plan would be looking and sourcing out and getting feedback from the community on the various interests. So again, this is just, in my view, starting out with gaining information about what disc golf could be. In the end, our report back is information for council. If you choose to act on it at that time or defer a decision till the Parks Recreation Master Plan is fully complete, that'll be council's call. We might find a perfect parcel of land that really is only suitable for something like disc golf by the nature of it, but we don't know that yet. So this is purely investigative to see what our options are. I'll report back to council, and from there you can help guide staff on further action or not.
Council?
Perfect. Okay, that's kind of what I wanted to hear, that those options were there, and the expectation of the motion and kind of the information we're finding out and what to expect. And I think that's what I think a few of us are trying to figure out. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallo, second time.
Thank you. And I just, I thought of something, and I'm in support of this, and it's basically asking staff to take some resources and do an investigation and come back to council, which is fine. But I did want to, I guess, remind Councillor Kim of some of his comments. I think it was during the Hen notice of motion that comments were that we have a really long pending list. And then he wouldn't support that because, we're using staff resources towards, producing a report and report back to us, which is the exact same thing we're doing here. So I was supportive of the HEN, and I'm supportive of this because I think we both brought value to the table and to the community. It bothered me when I heard that, and here we are with a request to do a very similar thing, take staff resource time to report back to us for information. We're not moving the ball forward necessarily. We're not making a decision. We're just getting information, which was identical to what we were asking with the HEN project.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Kim, I'll let you finish up. I'll throw in I'm looking forward to the report to see. I'm hoping that we find a place. I hope that it doesn't cost us anything, and I hope that we can move forward for it. I mean, I'm in favor of it if that's the way it comes through. So that's why I don't mind staff investigating it. I did speak about the HEN one as well, and I don't want staff wasting time when I've already done all the investigation I needed to know, and I wasn't going to be supporting regardless of what information was being brought forward from staff at that perspective. So I think that that's two totally different aspects. But I mean, if Councillor Kim wants to elaborate on his decision-making process, that was my decision-making process. So I'm in favor of this. I'm looking forward to seeing that report and hopefully seeing disc golf in Aurora one day. Councillor Kim, I'll let you finish it off, then I'll call it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Marakis. Yeah, I mean, we can't make an activity official unless we have the information, and I would not put this motion for everyone to consider and for staff to spend their valuable resources, meaning their time, unless I thought that this was something favorable for the community. I'm sure there are those who are in favor of other activities, and but those other activities, those activities that I do not believe are favorable for the community, and that's the way I would vote. And I think that is the context of my comment at that time or in previous times. I think I mentioned that more than once. But this one, I think this is something in particular during the time that we're going through, where physical activity is invaluable. This is something that everyone can enjoy. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record vote for item 9.1 on this evening's agenda. Councillor Gallo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
Councillor Humphreys has stepped away. Councillor Gardner?
Yes.
Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
And Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next, we have, just pulling it up. 9.2, Councillor Gilliland, invasive species and insects. Would you like to move your motion as is?
Yes, please.
Does that have a seconder? Councillor Gardner, thank you. Councillor Gilliland, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Very pleased to bring this motion forward. As we all know, it's been a real roller coaster of surprises in respective of invasive species and insects. I've been in talks with residents and stakeholders and the environmental committee as well, various conservation authorities, and they actually got in touch with the Ministry of Natural Forests and other municipalities on this issue. And everyone concludes that actionable education is top of list to help mitigate the spread of invasive species in our town, in our parks, and our trails. And I was very fortunate to have a tour of the Arboretum with John and Irene, who helped me identify some invasive species such as garlic mustard, buckthorn, dog strangling vine, to name a few, and taught me a lot about Phragmites and how rampant that is. Invasive species, they're becoming more and more rampant. And what the general public doesn't really realize is that our parks, trails, and our natural areas are facing ecological collapse if we don't do something more proactively. Natural gardening has become so popular right now, and identifying non-invasive species is not necessarily common knowledge or top of mind. In fact, most backyards actually have a lot of these common invasive species, and they pop up unannounced, and nobody really knows if they're a perennial or a weed. Most of these non-native plants also, what people don't know is they remove the proper sources of food for our wildlife and offer little to no nutritional value to our soil, rather making it toxic in some circumstances. So the sooner that we do get on top of this, the easier it become to manage, and the longer we take to put into not controlling this issue will become more costly and consequential, and that'll become down the road in respect to our climate. Stakeholders as well, they've expressed concerns that there are insufficient resources to improve the health of these natural landscapes at scale, especially given the pressures of the climate change, invasive species, and the insects that have been wreaking havoc on our ravines, our parks, and our trails. And today, actually, it was quite interesting because I had saw a newscast this morning on BT about a newly launched project in Toronto doing exactly what my motion is trying to accomplish. And that's by increasing the volunteer stewardship and education, and together that we can get a better handle on invasive species and insects as well. Although the crux of my motion is really around invasive species, and I think it's important to really capture the invasive insects at the same time through education. I truly do believe a hands-on approach is what helps people to really identify and ask questions and be part of that solution. As much as I would say, look at a photo and go, okay, that's what garlic mustard looks like. If I were walking down a trail, I probably, wouldn't necessarily know, hey, that's garlic mustard. I haven't seen it in like real life, and looking at it in a book or a photo just doesn't seem to connect. And I really do believe that, having this educational component and combining this with, a weed cleanup day or with our trash cleanup day, it really does teach the general public of what to identify. And it's kind of like an analogy of like when you go and you buy that new car, call it, you bought a Ford, and then all of a sudden you're driving down the road, and all of a sudden you notice all the people that have that Ford, but you never noticed them before until you actually bought it. So if I were walking down the trail and I was picking garlic mustard the other week, I'm sure a lot of people who have done this will start walking down that trail and go, oh, there's that garlic mustard, there's the garlic mustard, and you start picking it. And it's just that education and knowing. And I think the more and more of us that actually participate in that stewardship and volunteerism, the better handle we'll have on it. There's so much information out there already. I realize that LDD in particular has proven to be a real concern across the country as well. But it is a lot to dig through. So again, I'm a believer on that hands-on approach in collaboration with all levels of government, the conservation authorities, and the environmental groups to help get that message out. And I did have a conversation with staff about this, and they were very supportive. They felt that this would be a great idea as well. In respect to the weed cleanup, absolutely, when you're pulling those weeds, those invasive species, they go in the garbage. They don't go in a compost because it's toxic to the composting. So it does work. And I really do hope this will really help bring us together as a community, be educational for families, and we can do it in a very safe manner.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm not sure this is a fight we can win, but I think we have to try. The Arboretum has, a lot of the area has been taken over by invasive species, especially Phragmites. And I never noticed it till last year. It's destroyed a lot of habitat. The other issue, one of the reasons I'm supporting this is some invasive species are being sold in garden centers and online. So I think we need to educate the public. And also some of them are very pretty and people don't recognize them as invasive species. So any way we can get the population educated and perhaps help with this battle. It's pretty overwhelming. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you to you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the motion. It's needed for sure, and I like the integration with cleanup day for sure. Just through you, Mr. Mayor, too. I don't know if Councillor Gilliland can help me. I know you. I'm sure I missed some of the discussion, but just in terms of some of the invasive species can be very poisonous and dangerous. So I want to make sure that if you do want to include this as a participation with all the residents, that there's some real, I guess, some real safety precautions and perhaps some joint efforts with town staff. They're probably very aware of what species are what. So when you have families going out there, you're not going to touch anything that'll harm them. So it's just one of those things that you probably have already thought of this, but just wondered if you, Mr. Mayor, if Councillor Gilliland can answer, that would be great.
Councillor.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Humphreys. Absolutely. I've had this conversation with town staff as well. In fact, we did talk about having real samples of invasive weeds that obviously or species that they can pull, and we want to choose ones we know that would be safe for the public. But we've also talked about some of the ones that are not safe, and could we, like hogweed, for instance, and could you have like a live version of it at one of the pop-up education clinics to kind of show, do not touch this, this is bad. And I think that we can educate them on both sides. This is what's good, this is what's not good.
Thank you. That's all to you, Mr. Mayor. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Gilliland, for the motion. You know, certainly invasive species has been a topic of conversation for decades now in town of Aurora and elsewhere. And certainly human efforts hasn't slowed down the progress of invasive species, whether they're four-legged or in the waters or in plant life. So, you know, we can't give up, and your effort is appreciated. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Downey, you had mentioned in previous conversations that eradication of invasive species is highly unlikely, given our experience. Can you give me your thoughts on this motion? And also, are we anticipating a report back from you and your team with regards to whether to go ahead or not, or are you reading this as we're going to be going ahead in 2022 with the cleanup of or an attempt of cleanup invasive species?
Councillor Kim, I'll get Mr. Downey to answer the question, but the first part maybe not. I don't think it's proper for him to have his thoughts of the motion to council. I think that's maybe a little bit inappropriate to ask him for his thoughts on the motion in totality, but the rest of it, yes. Mr. Downey?
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So the second part of the motion was whether we were going to do a report to council. And the way I read the motion, you're not asking you for a report. If this motion is approved as is, we would be moving forward with a community program to help address invasive species and insects within our parks and open spaces, and we would do that as part of a community event. And I think we've got a great community partner in the Arboretum with Irene Clement, and I'm certain that they would be a willing community partner in assisting us in educating and helping people understand what the impacts of both invasive species and insects are on the environment.
Councillor?
Thank you. Regarding your last comment, Mr. Mayor, we asked staff for their expert opinion and experience. I fail to understand why Mr. Downey cannot give his professional perspective on
his expert opinion, Councillor. That's not the way you asked it. It sounded like you just wanted his his thoughts on the motion. I didn't want Mr. Downey to be put in a position where he would enter into the debate because staff shouldn't be entering.
Sure.
into the debate. That was my concern.
Sure. I mean, I don't want him to have his thoughts on the motion itself in totality. I'm not sure what that means, frankly, but in terms of your opinion on how, am I allowed to say successful community cleanup of invasive species? What's your professional perspective on this, Mr. Downey, given you do have decades of experience with this?
Mr. Downey?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think success is subjective. If you're going to be looking at eradication, I don't think that's going to happen. I think that's going to be extremely difficult to do. They are very aggressive and they are everywhere. But this isn't the first time we have faced invasive species for a variety of different reasons. I think you probably all recall the purple loosestrife and the issue we had with purple loosestrife, and it somewhat goes through some cycles. But I think this is a great opportunity for people to get into identifying invasive species, as Councillor Gillian had stated, and knowing what the impacts of those are. So it's never a bad thing to educate, but I don't know that even with the education and the community input or the community forces that we may have in order to help us address this, we're going to be successful. Phragmites is something that the Arboretum has been dealing with for a number of years. They have tried a number of different methods in order to deal with Phragmites. They haven't been successful yet, but that doesn't stop them from trying. And I think that's what we really need to do, is we need to continue to try and work towards as they say, first of all, educating, and then identifying what the impacts of these are, and any steps we can take towards removal or reducing the impact of them is a good thing.
Councillor?
Thank you, and I totally agree. I think clause 2 is great. I think education of our population on invasive species is critical to the next step, which is try to do something about it. And if we can remove even one stem of invasive species, that's a great thing. I guess what I'm thinking is that clause 1 is essentially stating let's go ahead and do it in 2022, the spring of 2022, and we don't have the information yet, and we don't know what what we talked about, which invasive species are we going to tackle? Are they like dandelions or weeds where you just pull it and really it's still in there? So there's, are we wasting our time just pulling them for aesthetic purposes, or are we actually removing that actual invasive item in that area? So, I'll wait for what others have to say, but it seems like clause 1 is saying, let's go ahead with this cleanup day and add the invasive species without all the precautions and perhaps liabilities that might be attached to it, because it seems like we know that our council is detailed, and so let's have that report from staff to see whether we go ahead with it or not in 2022, whether we're ready. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Before I go to Councillor Gallo, can I get a motion to extend, please? Councillor Humphreys, Councillor Thompson, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councillor Gallo, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Downey. Do you have any issues with implementing the resolutions that are before us in the timeline that's stated, and do you see any financial implications, or is it something that you feel can be integrated within the department budget?
Mr. Downey?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't read any budgetary pressures within the motion. So I don't see in this motion that council is asking us to come back with some operating funds or some capital funds in order to address this. What I see is a community education campaign that is tied into something that we already do that may assist us in addressing an outstanding issue. It isn't focused primarily on that issue. It's in combination with community cleanup, and it's in combination with our arboretum and the education program that they have on an ongoing basis. So I see it as an addition to some of the work that we already do, but I don't see additional funds and I don't see additional staff time necessarily associated with it, but more getting more of the community involved in assisting us in dealing with this issue.
Councillor?
Okay, but through you, Mr. Mayor, you will be developing a pilot program. They would take up some staff time. You would also be, I guess someone will be organizing the in-person pop-up education campaign. Also take up staff resources. I'm just, if it's something that can be fit in to the department schedule and timing and resources, okay. If it doesn't appear to be an onerous thing, okay, I'm just curious to see whether it will fit it within the department's normal operations.
Mr. Downey?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so we already do a community cleanup day. So those are already staff resources that we already have associated with the community cleanup. If we're looking at now expanding upon that and getting more into invasive species and insects, as I say, we have a great community partner right now in the Arboretum. So we would be leaning on them to assist us in identifying, first of all, where these invasive species are within the Arboretum, what they look like, how to deal with them, and they would, because they have an ongoing education program. So I don't see, I see them stepping up and assisting us. Now, if the case was that the Arboretum said, I'm sorry, but we just can't do that, then we may come back and say this is going to be a little more time consuming than we anticipated. But that's not what I read in the motion. What I read is this something that we can add to our existing program with community partners? And if we can, do it. And if you can't do it, then we'll come back and say, you know what, we reached out and we couldn't find community partners to assist us in making this happen. And I'd be happy to do that, or sad to do that, I guess. I really want to see it happen, but if we don't have that support, then it really isn't going to work, because we do not have the staff resources to go off and deal with this ourselves.
Councillor?
Thank you, and I guess that's what I was getting at. I'm hopeful that they will help. Through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe to Councillor Gilliland, whether or not you've spoken to them and they are on board and willing to put resources towards accomplishing it.
Councillor?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Gallo, for the question. Yeah, I did speak with both John and Irene about this and did discuss a motion coming forward around invasive species and the kind of plants that would be suitable. We also discussed the safety and what would be kind of best practice for the general public. They were more than willing to step up and assist on more of a closer relationship to assist the town with a weed cleanup day and education. We did talk about, the volunteer stewardship, and really a lot of the intention was, A, educating people to understand what it looks like, and then B, really diversifying our volunteerism, because what ends up happening, it's the same group of people that tend to always be the ones picking up the slack and volunteering. And I think that there's some great opportunity here where we can expand that volunteerism throughout the community and, reach people who never would have thought that you could reach to help identify this. And mark my words, if you participate in this, Councillor Gallo, and you are shown what a garlic mustard is, I'm pretty sure you'll go in your backyard next summer and go, that's garlic mustard, and then you'll pull it. I certainly learned a few things. There are some invasive species that are not conducive for the general public to pull, and that's fine. I would leave it in staff's hands as appropriate and their arboretum, the skilled people to kind of suggest what are the safe ones to pull. But definitely education is great. And Phragmites is probably not something in specific that the public would be going out on a cleanup day to pull. But boy, I go driving down the street, I see it everywhere now because I know what it is. So I think it's good in education for everybody. So really the idea is to diversify the volunteerism, the stewardship, education, get families involved. Again, it can be combined with the cleanup day very easily. I look at garlic mustard as garbage in the sense you're picking up garbage, like you're putting in the garbage, it's toxic to the soil. It's just like picking up a coffee cup, in my opinion. If you see it there, pick it up, throw it in. And
I was just interested whether they were gonna be committed to it.
I am really excited and passionate about this, I guess. So I will.
So from what I hear, provided that we can get some help and some volunteers, that staff resources won't be taxed. There's no financial impact. And if there is on either front, it will come back to us and we would have to make a decision whether to put those resources or funds into something like this. So I'm supportive of this based on those two criteria, that there's no financial impact and that it's contingent upon support by the Arboretum.
Councillor Thompson.
Certainly, like everybody else before me, I'm certainly very supportive of the community education campaign. I think that, especially we've done in collaboration with the Arboretum, that's an excellent way to educate everybody and take advantage of the farmers market and other events to get the word out and help explain to people. I guess my only concern really is the coordination of a weed cleanup day with the town cleanup day. And I guess for myself, I'd prefer to get a report back first just to help answer some of those questions. And I know Councillor Gallo alluded to some of them, and his thoughts were based on the understanding that if this happens or if that happens, it'll come back to us. But that's not really what the motion says. The motion says we're going to integrate a pilot project, and it's not asking staff to come back with anything. So there's not a lot of details, but I just think back to the cleanup day. And, in general, you have families that get involved and kids get involved, and all they really need is a garbage bag and they get involved. And they don't always report to the town park and pick up those bags. Sometimes they just do it in their own neighborhoods and get involved. And so, I wonder how the weed cleanup day will work in conjunction with that, especially since, as we've heard, you're trying to get the general public involved, but there's a variety of different species, and some are problematic or dangerous, and not everybody may not be able to tell very well. And so I guess, my preference, as I said, would be I'd like to get this report back so I can understand how we're going to supervise or manage this aspect of the program. Is it really just going to be confined to a small area, or can the general public get involved overall? And, we're not planning to do it till 2022. So there certainly is time for staff to come back, even in the fall, with a little bit more details around how they see it being rolled out in conjunction with the cleanup day. So that way, if there are any concerns or issues, be it safety or financial or whatever, at least they're all being addressed in advance. And so then we're making a well-informed choice. And so, I'll leave that for Councillor Gilliland. It's her motion, and whether she wants to change it or not. I'm happy to support the second clause, but the first, I'd rather see a report first than to greenlight the pilot program.
Thank you, Councillor. I got Councillor Humphreys for a second time, and then Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess I just want to run it by one more time. Now that I've heard a little bit more through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Gilliland. I guess it's just as staff talked to you a little bit about not only the education program, but if we have families go out and the supervision, and I'm just worried about toxic touching. If someone touches a wrong plant, the town in terms of liability. I just wondered if you spoke about that, or do you think maybe it's a good opportunity for staff to go back and really work with the Arboretum to understand how that'll be done properly? Because I think what maybe what you'd have is a bunch of families getting garbage bags, but the ones that want to help pull the weeds that are taking over and are very dangerous, and like you said, like they're like dirty coffee cups on the ground. We would love families to do that, but I'm just worried about that one piece of they touched the wrong one and they don't know. That maybe there's a mandatory education that those people that want to help with those come back to the, to a certain point. They get a pamphlet, picture, don't touch these, but these are the ones you want to touch. Just I thought I'd run that by you in terms of your thought process on that. If you, Mr. Mayor, or Councillor Gilliland.
Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you. Just real quickly, I did have this conversation with staff, and in fact, that our initial conversations were that it was something that they could implement this year. It wasn't until the last minute they decided let's push this till the next year just because of sake of timing. So I certainly had a very comfortable conversation with staff where they felt like it was something that could definitely integrate. I mean, the idea is you are wearing gloves just like you are wearing gloves when you're picking up garbage. Again, members of the Arboretum definitely would collaborate as well. The Arboretum does have a program where people do volunteer already for, say, something as small as a garlic mustard, as well as it would be something that would be, the pilot would be in specific town areas. And obviously the way that it would be, I guess, marketed or call to action is in conjunction with your cleanup day with the garbage, and you would have that education on site. How it would look like, I'm like, again, 100% not sure, but they were aware of the process and felt that that was something they can integrate easily. So through you, I don't know if you want to ask Mr. Downey about that, but that was the feeling that I got. It was really not a problem, and it was something that they could do. And that's why I felt it was within my first clause that I felt comfortable that was something we can implement, because they made me feel confident that was definitely something that they were capable of doing in a safe manner.
Thank you. That's perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess just again through Mr. Downey, then obviously you agree with that, and that's already been discussed and understood and thought through.
Mr. Downey.
So through you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, you're exposed to these invasive plants, whether you know you are or not. And so any education you can get on this is a good thing, in my opinion. So when we send people out to collect garbage, do they know that they are rubbing up against a particular plant that could cause them injury? No, they probably don't. Would it be a good idea to educate them? Yes, it would. So we as I say, if we combine it with our community cleanup day and we concentrate in an area, and as I say, I'll repeat, the Arboretum is probably the best spot. There's lots of other open spaces within the area that I wouldn't suggest we go into yet until we've got more of an education campaign going on. So the Arboretum's a great community partner. They will assist us in helping identifying invasive plants. And people then have a choice of going out and saying, you know what, I want to collect garbage, or I want to deal with invasive plants, or I want to do both. But let's at least provide that opportunity. You could be going through a trail in Aurora right now and going into an area that has perhaps some invasive species, and you wouldn't be aware of it. So any education we can give people, I think, is helpful. It's called reticular identification, by the way. So once you see it, you remember it, and that's what it's called. So once you find out about it and educate it, it's amazing. You see it everywhere, and so we would concentrate this into an area, a smaller area, and as I say, the Arboretum is probably our best bet at this point, provided they're willing to come up and assist us. And from every indication I'm getting this evening, that seems to be the case.
Great. Thank you, Thu. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad to hear those answers. The other part to this is that there is a way to pick these invasive species. If you don't pick them properly, it doesn't do any good. Like Councillor Kim was talking about the dandelions. So we need to, Mr. Mayor?
No,
I mean-
someone disappeared from the screen. It just changed. That's why I was looking kind of a little odd. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
So, yeah, so we also need to learn how to pick the weeds properly, or else we could maybe spread them even more. So, I love the idea of the Arboretum, and I think they've been talking about invasive species for a long time. So appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Any other comments or questions before I go to Councillor Gilliland for wrap up? No. I'll just add one thing, Councillor Gilliland, before I pass it back to you. I think education is vitally important for us to provide that to the residents so they have a full understanding of what's out there. And it is out there right now, and we know that. But I do believe that we do have some signage in certain places, not all over the place, but we do have in certain places that speak to the fact that there's possibility of certain types of invasive species in these areas, to try to maybe stay away from those areas and don't like just go walking through there. I wouldn't mind seeing a report on the first one as far as from a cleanup day. I do believe that we need to make sure from a liability perspective, what kind of liability does that put the town in? And I mean, I'll just ask maybe Mr. Serio. Mr. Serio, is there anything that we need to look at? Like, would residents have to sign a waiver? Or would they have to, like, understanding that there's some dangerous invasive species that if they touch them the wrong way, that it could ultimately cause harm to them? Would we have to ensure that we properly have the proper waivers to protect the town from any type of lawsuit?
Oh, I don't know where I am.
I see your
Can you hear
screen. I can hear you.
Oh, I see. There I am. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In most cases, whenever we hire volunteers, we do ask them to sign waivers. They probably do sign them also for the cleanup day. And we do ask them to sign it just for any liability, not just for the invasive species, but for anything that may happen while they are participating in one of our events.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, ultimately, I mean, I wouldn't mind getting some of those questions answered, and since it's going to be 2022 and it got moved off, Councillor Gillen, if it was looking at doing it right away, but since it's being pushed off, I think that maybe it would be a good idea if we do get that report back for everybody, just so everyone has a full comfort level as far as how we move forward and make sure that the residents are safe while we're doing this and that it's done in a safe manner. So I think that would ease everyone's comfort level if we move that in that direction. So I'll leave it with you and I pass it back to you. I think, Councillor Thompson, did you put your hand up or are you okay?
I did. I just want to get clarification because on our screen, it does show a variety of motions, one of which is saying now therefore be it hereby resolved the staff report back regarding the town integrating a pilot. And I'm curious to know whether that's actually been on the floor or not, because that's what it says on our screen, on our tablets. Mr. Durant.
Yes, Mr. Clerk, which is the correct motion?
It hasn't been changed. Through you, Mr. Mayor, my apologies. When we think there's an amendment coming, we work on it offline, and so it's ready to put on screen quicker. And that's what you're seeing is us with a potential amendment. But no, the motion hasn't been amended yet.
Thank you. Just it threw me because it says moved by Councillor Gilliland and seconded by Councillor Gardner as well. So, I'll let Councillor Gilliland speak, but if not, then I would put that amendment on the floor.
Okay, Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you. I don't see the actual writing of the motion that Councillor Thompson's speaking of. But 2022 is a long way away. And if it puts some comfort in my fellow colleagues around the table to add in that therefore be resolved, the town report back with a pilot program to integrate, I'm more than happy to do that, so long as that there's at least some sort of timeline on it to get it back, and so we can make a decision so we can capture the following season. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Downey, what would be an appropriate timeline that I could have a report back and have enough time to get a decision made so we can capture the next season?
Mr. Downey?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm sure staff could have something back in October or November. That shouldn't be an issue. As they say, it's going to take some conversations with our community partners to find out what uptake there is. But you'd be looking at something before the end of the year for sure.
Councillor?
Perfect. So if I may, if I could just throw in the date, at least October, that gives me at least a timeline to expect it back. I don't want to see it pushed on accident and then us scrambling in February and March and then it missing the boat. So I'm happy with that amendment. If Mr. Clerk, you would like to change that.
Mr. Clerk, so do you have something to put up for us?
I think so. We just need to add in that date of October 2021. It sounded like a friendly amendment, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure.
I'm sure it will be. I think we want to see it on the screen before I decide whether it's a friendly amendment between the mover and seconder. Because I'm sure they want to make sure that they're okay with it. So
certainly we will put it up on the screen.
Thank you. Councilor Gillen, you okay with that?
Yeah, except they say the town integrate.
That's fine. Let's remove the second town integrate. Mr. Clerk, you got that? So it would be that, I'll read it there. Now therefore be it hereby resolved that staff report back by October 2021 regarding the town integrating a pilot program to collaborate with the existing town of Aurora cleanup day starting in 2022 to include an invasive weed cleanup day. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilor Gardner, are you okay with that? Okay, thank you. Anything else? Call the vote. Mr. Clerk, can you just put it up one more time too as we call the vote?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Recorded vote for item 9.2 on this evening's agenda. Mayor Marakis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilor Gardner?
Yes.
Councilor Gallo?
Yes.
Councilor Kim?
Yes.
Councilor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilor Gilliland?
Yes.
And Councilor Humphries.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Council, I need a motion to extend. We got one item in new business and confirming bylaws left. So Councilor Gardner, Councilor Kim, 15 minutes. Does that sound good? Think we can get it done? All right. All those in favor? Oh, Councilor Thompson, point of order.
Given the lateness of the hour and the comments that we had previously, can we not do away with new business this time? Is there anything really that urgent this evening? And just deal with the one item and then close shop?
I have no problem with that. I mean, the most important thing is to deal with the items at hand and do our confirming bylaw. If we're all in agreement, we'll just eliminate new business at this time. I'm seeing a lot of nods of the head. That's fine. Okay, so we've extended for 15 minutes. Did I call the vote, Mr. Clerk? I believe I did. Or did the point of order interrupt me?
I don't think you got quite around to the vote.
All those in favor of extending the hour 15 minutes? Opposed? That carries. Okay, next we have Councilor Humphries' motion.
Yes.
Food insecurity in Aurora. Councilor Humphries, do you want to move it as is?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Ooh. Councilor Kim, thank you. Councilor Humphries, floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, just really quickly, everyone. So a couple months back, when we were speaking about other topics, I had brought forward that I would be bringing something to council in terms of a community initiative, a food resiliency program that can hopefully be led by the town and something that everyone can participate in. And I want to thank you all for helping me bring this on today's agenda. And basically, the motion speaks to how we as a community can work together to meet our social, environmental, health, and wellness goals as a community. And it also talks a little bit about a food charter being developed collaboratively by, it can be with a citizen-led volunteer group or advisory committee. I'm not asking for that to happen now at all. Just for staff to come back with a report on how we could launch this type of initiative, and just very high level because we don't have much time. But I almost thought, you know, something in terms of a seed program where we can go to town, the JLC, we could pick up seeds for tomatoes, all types of vegetables, have different types of gardens so it could do like a garden on their shelf. I mean, in their windowsill, if they have a small home, side garden back, all types of different initiatives, container gardens initiatives, to really help and educate our town in terms of growing their own food. I took the motion from many places, Brampton, Calgary, very many municipalities across Canada have this already happening. And what they're finding is it's, you know, not only is helping younger people learn how to grow vegetables. I mean, my background's Italian, a garden was part of the family. I stopped it for some reason. I just stopped doing it. And I think, why did I do that? It was so wonderful to go in the back garden, pick up your own garden vegetables. So to start it again and have a focus on this in the community is wonderful. Through my work at Welcome Table on Wednesday evenings, you know, you would never believe it's a food issue in Aurora, and there really is. So to be able to help everyone participate in a program, whether for knowledge, for learning, for healthier eating, and for people, you know, individuals that just can't afford to purchase these fresh food, that they can grow at home. And then the idea is many times that all those who have grown gardens know you have way too many tomatoes to use in your own family, or way too many cucumbers or lettuce, that there's an exchange program eventually that the food can be given to other neighbors or residents. And I can see this really coming into a real fun area of focus for the town. So I spoke to Sarah and Al and Doug and many others and staff. Think it's a great idea, something that they would love to look at. And we would leverage this for next year. So I hope that you're okay with this initiative.
Thank you, Councillor. Any comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Gilliland?
Thank you. Just quick comments. I mean, I love the idea of education and getting people to garden. And I think a lot of people are discovering how to grow vegetables for the first time, or maybe they did it a long time ago with their parents and never did it, and now it's 30 years later and they're just rediscovering that love of the land. So it is very trendy right now, and I think it's very good educationally for people to know how to grow their own food and such. So I do like the fact that we are reporting back, because I don't know how it would work or integrate with the town. We do have the York Region Food Network that's located in Aurora, and they have some fantastic programs as well. And I know that they do some community gardenings and stuff. So maybe there's some collaborating with the York Region Food Network. I would be interested in knowing what the seed exchange would be looking like. I wouldn't want to be competing with local businesses that, you know, there are people, that's what they specialize in, selling seeds. So it's just that delicate balance of like, you know, how the municipality gets involved and what that looks like. But at the same time, I think teaching people how to be self-sustaining and be able to grow their own food is great. So if this is strictly about that, I think that's great. And as far as collaborating, I would hope that staff would also look into the local, other local organizations that already do something like this, and how the town can collaborate with them, like the York Region Food Network, or there's some other food security organizations. And I know that there's a youth one as well that I was a part of a Zoom call with. That was like food within youth in York Region. So I think that would be a great resource as well. So I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know if Councillor Humphreys, you've had some conversations with York Region Food Network at all on this?
Yeah. Councillor Humphreys?
To you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, actually, a number of the different, as you mentioned, some of the different areas that we could lean on heavily, and perhaps even take over some of this initiative for sure. So it's absolutely that's collaboration, understanding the best route to take for sure. And absolutely, to your motion earlier, this is more education, knowledge, help. And I think that's really what we want to do here and then grow from there. But yes, absolutely take advantage of the current support areas for this for sure, 100%.
Counselor?
Perfect. Okay. And yeah, and I see that you said investigating of a creation of a advisory committee. So I am glad you kind of said it's not necessary, because I feel like we already have those organizations there. It's just how we collaborate with them. The resources are there. It's just what can we do together to kind of help within the community. And I just hope we don't kind of duplicate kind of like what, what we're already trying to achieve. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councilor Gilliland said it all. And I thank Councilor Humphries for bringing this forward. Anything we can do for education and also food security and sustainability is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions this one? I'll just add, I think having a food charter is excellent. I think it's about time that the town of Aurora looks at developing a food charter. End of the day, a food charter is just a statement of values, principles, and priorities for sustainable food systems that will promote health and for food security for all. And I think it's important that our town has that implemented. Since 2001, Toronto was actually the first municipality to be home of the first food charter. And since then, 64 municipalities and regions across Canada are working on food and food policy initiatives. And so I think we need to move in this direction. And I like the idea of us looking at how we can provide a seed program. I think some of the things that we heard from the delegate today about how working with those that are less fortunate in our community, such as Welcoming Arms, and providing them with the knowledge of how they can grow food and providing them with startup to do that, I think is an exemplary way to speak about that, what the town's about, and how we look at making sure that all of us are together as we move forward, and especially in this time. So I appreciate this motion. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes back from staff and Councilor Gardner.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gilliland said something that I think we should keep in mind. We don't want to be a competition for any local businesses that are selling seeds, so we may want to work with them. Maybe we don't even have any. But we have to. I think we need to be very careful not to step on anybody's toes.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilor Humphries, finish it up.
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the food charter is a big deal as well. It's just a statement and a support that our town believes in. So I can imagine a proclamation like this one day in Library Square. The gazebo. Aurora Town Square, where the proclamations will be had. So yeah, no, thank you so much. I think it's going to be, it's a wonderful initiative. And it all started out with me thinking about a garden in a box or box in a garden, and people can pick it up, but staff has been amazing in terms of the different ideas. And to some of the points made, Councilor Gilliland made, is utilizing existing areas that already have this happening. So thanks to staff very much for your help.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recorded vote for item 9.3 on this evening's agenda. Councilor Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
Councilor Kim?
Yes.
Councilor Humphries?
Yes.
Councilor Gilliland?
Sorry, yes.
Councilor Gall?
Yes.
And Councilor Thompson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Council, we will move to bylaws. Someone like to move the bylaws? Councilor Thompson, Councilor Kim. Any comments or questions on the bylaws? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record a vote for the bylaws on this evening's agenda. Councillor Kim, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
Councillor Humphries?
Yes.
Councillor Gallo?
Yes.
Councillor Gartner?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
And Mayor Maracus.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Confirming bylaw. Someone like to move that? Councillor Gardner, Councillor Humphries, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record a vote for the confirming bylaw. Councillor Gilliland, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Maracus?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Humphries?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Gartner?
Yes.
And Councillor Gallo.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Before I ask for adjournment, I just did want to relay that 31.5% of York Region's adult population has been fully vaccinated. We encourage everyone to go out and if they want their vaccine, to go out and get their vaccine so we can accelerate the reopening. Our businesses are hurting. We need to move forward in a cautious way to make sure that everyone remains safe. But we do need to begin to start to reopen, as a lot of the experts are starting to say that it's time to start to reopen a little bit quicker. So we'll see what happens. But everyone, if you want it, go get your vaccine. We're on our way to hitting that. I say within a week, maybe 2 weeks, hitting that 40 to 50% mark. So, Councillor Gardner, quickly.
I just wanted to tell anybody that's listening that if you call in at 11:30, like 11:30 on the dot, today a whole bunch of appointments opened up, maybe 200 or 300. So that's a good time to call in.
Absolutely. I just tell everyone to continuously go online. You never know when an appointment's going to open up.
Well,
I know it's tough, but call for adjournment, motion to adjourn. Councillor Thompson, second. Councillor Kim, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed, that carries. We are adjourned. Have a great week, everyone. Stay safe.